All right. Seems like we are live. Hello, chat. Sorry for being a bit late this time. I had a bit of difficulty setting things up, but it seems like everything's all well and good. Sarah Scott's typing some gibberish in the chat. But anyway, please welcome all to the next attempt at the Celeste stream, but that will not be the focus just yet, because we are going to be reacting to a fan-made death battle made by a YouTuber called Joshscorcher. You may have heard of him, you may have not, but he basically did Starfire versus Blaze, and this is a matchup that I previously never had much interest in, but then he made this with a small team, and it was crowdfunded, and I actually supported it, and so we're gonna be here watching it live. Yeah. Let me see who's in chat. Hello again to those just joining. Hello Axel05. Hello Christopher Wiley, Edgelord, Darth Malice, Sarah Scott, Plushy Zero, Selena's Kitchen, Garflorn as well, and Toby. Hello Sturgioli, that irrelevant animator. Welcome all to the newest live stream. Hang on, let me grab. Oh. Sorry, that was my water bottle. But just so you know, I have my phone with me this time, so I will be glancing at the chat on occasion, but don't expect me to pause too often, because this is, as you can clearly see, this episode is 47 minutes long, so I would like to get through it at least for as quick as I can. So right now, we're just gonna watch through it, and I'll try to engage in with the chat when I can. For some reason, but if you're gonna get any questions in, now is the time. Blaze for the win. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening, because she's going up against Starfire, a DC Herald. Now, I would love for Blaze to win, and apparently there are some arguments for her to win. But unfortunately, I don't really see it happening. Well, it really depends on how inconsistent Starfire is. If she's so inconsistent that she can't really that she can't really stack up to Blaze's strength, then cool, Blaze wins. But if the inconsistency isn't that big of a deal, then unfortunately we're just gonna have to accept that Blaze dies here. Are you going to watch Doomslayer versus Master Chief? Yes, and I'm gonna hate it. Thoughts on the Gaslight District? I have not seen that, and I don't want to see that. It doesn't interest me. I'm pretty sure Starfire, though, scales to Raven, who scales to the blah, blah, blah multiverse. Starfire isn't necessarily not that consistent. She died by getting hit by a train. And yet she can pop supernovas. What does that tell you? I'm hoping Blaze will win too, because I'm a Sonic fan. Me too. But unfortunately, I'm not sure how this is going to go. Thoughts on Molten Freddy? He exists. But let's not waste any time. Let's get right into it. Rooting for Blaze, betting on Starfire. Hang on, let me turn this down just a little bit. Fiery fan fiction fight. Fiery fan fight.
Blaze the cat, princess of the Soul Empire, protector of dimensions, and guardian of the Soul Emeralds.
Starfire, princess of Tamaran, liberator of slaves, and heart of the Teen Titans.
While most princesses bear the mantle of demure politicians, some passionate sorts like to take a more hands-on approach in defending their realms.
Like these two purple-friendly neighborhood... Wait, they're from another planet. Fiery heroines.
Now, there are some fair questions as to what we are taking as canon in this. For Starfire, we are considering the main comics, aka Starfire Prime, as our primary source.
Okay.
But if there are some things in supplemental materials, such as
Hang on. Combatants are assumed to have no prior knowledge of each other unless explicitly stated. Okay.
Elseworlds, cartoons, or video games that don't flat out
Why the Chief Slayer hate? Blame the Doom fans. Honestly, just blame the Doom fans.
predict the main series, we're including it.
As for Blaze, as she's originally a video game character, we'll be taking her game
Let me check the
appearances as our
resolution.
primary. But as long as there aren't any contradictions, we're also including the side games, IDW comics, and some snippets from Bumblecast as supplements.
So,
Bumblecast.
no, we are not using the Archie Blaze here. Long story short, it actually makes the fight less interesting. He's Josh and I'm Armau.
Yeah, apparently Archie Blaze is kind of a jobber. Like, she is just so useless in the Archie comics that the game version of Blaze is actually debatably stronger. If they use show scaling, I'm gonna get frustrated. Ugh. Alright.
We're here to analyze their powers, abilities, and stats to find out who would win a battle to the death.
Really?
Hey, it's legally distinct.
Let's go!
Beyond the stars lies an alien planet of humanoids, born with incredible strength and the inherent ability to absorb energy emitted from the sun and soar through the skies of their home. From this world, a savior, powerful and pure of heart, would arrive on our own planet, always holding back their immense strength for fear of hurting the innocent. Eventually,
Okay.
they would become a shining beacon of hope for the people of Earth. That's right. We're talking about
Princess Coriander of Tamaran. Corey, hey, that's our dog's name, was the second child of 3 siblings of Tamaran's
Doggy.
royal family. Oh, middle child syndrome. In royalty, no less. That historically turns out really well.
And here it's just as messy. Her elder sister, Commanders.
Okay. Name Crown Princess Coriander, Starfire, translated. Coriander's race, Tamaranian. Height 6'4". Okay, she's pretty tall. Oh, 156, wow. Well, Tamaranian, 18 to 20 Earth years. Huh. Prime Minister it is. Design and inspirations. Marilyn Monroe, Iris Chochin. Ah, interesting.
Ready to become queen. Before she could, a childhood illness crippled her and she lost her birthright. Commander did not take this well. She attempted and failed to kill Corey, resulting in her own banishment.
Did she learn her lesson? Well, no. Commander allied herself with the Citadel, a ruthless slaver empire that invaded most of their local star system. With her new ally, Space Scar here, easily conquered Tamaran. But to ensure peace and the safety of his people, the king, her father, sold off his own baby girl to the Citadel as a slave.
Ugh.
Not cool. Best dad judges you.
Well, in the king's feeble defense, it was either that or have all his people be taken prisoner. Plus, he likely didn't know what they'd actually do to Corey, as she was tortured and especially abused by Commander and the Citadel for 6 years.
That's horrible.
Sisters were kidnapped and experimented on by the sadistic scientist species known as the Scions.
They used both sisters as guinea pigs for their experiments to see how much energy a Tamaranian can absorb before exploding into a pile of alien guts. This particular set of experiments went on for 10 years. Suddenly feeling like hugging my babies right now. 1 minute.
In an ironic twist,
Yeah, you better. Treat your kids nicely, people, if you have any.
Coriander was granted strange powers, which she promptly used to free herself and flee to the stars. Soon she arrived on planet Earth, where she had a fateful encounter with the former sidekick of Batman, Robin. After that got sorted, she went to safety and camaraderie with others
That was
like
direct.
Robin, Beast Boy, and Cyborg. These weirdos and goofballs became her family away from home, and she decided to protect Earth under the alias Starfire.
Yeah.
Ari, that's your cue.
I was getting baby huggies. Leave me alone.
You're lying.
Alien Starfire. That's just the English translation of her name, right? Though wouldn't it have been funny if her superhero name was just the Spice Coriander? I mean, she is kind of spicy. Hehe.
Line.
Anyways, over time,
Honestly,
adventures under their
my opinion on Ari fluctuates. One moment she's funny, the other she's kind of annoying, but you do you. It's kind of like Boomstick in that regard.
Tamaranians are descended
Which
from
is
a feline
fitting.
race. Yeah, really. what are the odds? And they're super strong, super fast, super durable, and can fly through the air. And because of the Scion experiments, she can fire beams of solar energy.
These solar rays are her star bolts. The only good thing to come from those horrific experiments. They can burn as hot as a star and even affect intangible beings. Over time, she learned to expel them from her body in dozens of creative ways, though she seems to favor the simple approaches of firing them through her eyes and from her hands.
She can shape them to use...
Someone needs to call up Superman. Okay, Tamarine is physical. Radiation absorbent flight. Doesn't need to eat, drink, or sleep unless low on energy. Someone cue the Rock gif for this statement. Extreme heat resistance, mental okay, current trainer, hand-to-hand combat, pressure points, basic first aid.
Suck in nearby energy, or even focus all the energy she has into an omnidirectional supernova, which can instantly vaporize people arguably more powerful than she is. However, it's incredibly draining to use, so it's a bit of a desperation move. Starfire is hot, figuratively and very literally, as the flames that burst from her literal metal-melting body can survive in the vacuum of space.
By the way, yes, I've seen Titans. It was a pretty good show for the first season, but I lost interest halfway around the second.
Ultraviolet radiation, which is nice because our sun gives off plenty of that. Usually after just a few hours of sunbathing, she's in good shape for a few days. While Starfire can absorb other types of energy or radiation to fuel her own abilities, such as solar or electromagnetic, if it's too foreign to what she's used to, then it could exhaust her or put her into a coma.
So that could be an advantage for... Also, I really should change a different...
When she wakes up. She also has
Okay, that could be an advantage for Blaze, because like even though she has pyrokinesis, it's not something that Starfire has ever encountered technically. If you include Iblis in the discussion, assuming you believe that Iblis is still inside of Blaze, which apparently Ian Flynn thinks.
Powers that seem kind of left field, like astral projection, mental resistance, or learning any language by lip contact. That must have made Robin feel so special when he found that out, huh?
Even without her powers, she's
See, she kisses people to learn their language.
Due to her Tamarinian
Weird.
current training, as well as sparring with members of the Justice League. She's beaten Wonder Girl a few times, and an already incredibly skilled swordsman couldn't track her. So he ended up losing his hands.
Oof.
After some time, Star proved herself to be a decent leader of the Titans, and why wouldn't she? She's clearly the glue that holds them together, as every time she leaves, no really, every single time, the team...
Wow, she must leave a lot then.
Does indeed.
Yeah, Starfire often comes across as a naive airhead, but pretty much all her faux pas are caused by simple culture shock. In fact, Star is deceptively clever and has quite a few tactical successes under her belt, even though she's clearly more comfortable deferring to more experienced people's plans rather than making up her own.
Sure, most initiative Corey takes usually boils down to hit it really hard, but when you're tanky enough to survive a blast from Sinar and powerful enough to blast through a ship built to survive supernovas, do you need to be strategic all that often?
She also crashed through a skeletal Trigon skull. Keep in mind, a being with a tenth of his power is easily capable of destroying a universe. She's on the level of other DC heavy hitters like Firestorm, several Lantern Corps members, Manhunters, and even held her own against Wonder Woman.
Yeah, the same Wonder Woman that helped pull Earth back into orbit. The same Wonder Woman who regularly outfoxes the tactical genius in God of War Ares, and the same Wonder Woman who deflected every piece of the Shattered God flying across the DC universe.
At minimum, the DC universe...
Oh boy, here comes the bogus DC scaling. In fact, you know what? I'm going to say it now. DC, along with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, is the king of making characters super busted for no genuine reason. There's just a power fantasy going on in the writer's room every time they make a new comic. I refuse to believe otherwise.
More recent calculations put that number at 56.77 nonillion. At the low end, that puts Wonder Woman's speed at 56 quintillion times faster than light. At the high end, well, that puts her at, give or take, 1.5 undecillion times.
This is making me worry for Blaze's chances, because, like, she's no Sonic, but she can keep up with him.
Diana wasn't going all out in their scuffle, so Star's probably not that fast, especially considering it consistently takes her some time to fly back 26 light years to Tamarin's cosmic neighborhood. But hey, Star can still tag people like Jessie Quick. Sure, she's a lower tier speedster, but she's a lower tier DC speedster. Context matters.
Starfire can survive the...
See what I mean? Starfire is just... DC scaling is just so wild. Hang on, let me check back on the chat. That sure do be a big number. Then boom, they get shitted on by a human. Can you do a digital circus watch party? Someday. Isn't it a coincidence that you drop your streams a day before a Death Battle episode? Honestly, yeah, that is a bit of a coincidence. Halo Infinite, can you please stop it with the Metal Overlord quotes? It's getting old.
Equivalent of a Chernobyl meltdown in her face, and could even survive a cosmic storm that was moving the trillions of light-year-sized DC universe off balance and threatened to create an unprecedented warping in the space-time continuum.
Starfire got knocked around a bit, but she was mostly fine. You can see why it's no surprise that she's often referred to as the strongest Titan. I know Josh was joking at the start, but it really feels like she's the closest we've gotten to a true female Superman, in personality and in powers.
Make no mistake, Starfire is capable of godlike feats. Wow, that comic is really on the nose.
I don't know whether to laugh or whether to cringe at that.
Fortunately, that power is often turned against her. Plus, Corey's caring heart causes her to both bullheadedly charge into danger and hold back her power, often making her a liability in a team fight. Clever foes can and do take advantage of this, and as a result, she's lost many of her battles. And that's not getting into some of her less appealing outings.
Please don't.
Anatomically borked Liefeld did they do to my baby?
Unfortunately, writing Corey has proven challenging, as she has many traits that are difficult to balance. Many writers have succeeded, but others often lean too heavily on one or the other, leading to flanderization, such as New 52, or...
No! Out of my house!
Oh, hell. Don't bring up Teen Titans Go, please.
Watch it! You know how many episodes of that there are? So many.
Don't show that, please. Okay. Energy. Okay, weaknesses. Weakness. Ugh. DC's biggest jobber, which sucks. Allergic to metallic chromium, resulting in uncontrolled explosive seizures. Interstellar travel severely fatigues her. Vulnerable to extreme temperatures if low on energy. Burns through energy faster than a Kryptonian. Limits the amount of energy she can absorb. Huh.
There's a lot of caveats. For one, while she can fly much faster than light, doing that leaves her so fatigued she'll pass out for days or even weeks. Second, without a consistent source of ultraviolet light, she risks quickly burning through all her stored energy. And thirdly, her powers are connected to her emotional state. If she feels driving emotions like joy or righteous fury, her powers often get stronger, even entering a berserker state of extreme strength and nigh invulnerability, allowing her to briefly surpass Donna Troy and Mon-El combined. If she were to feel stifling emotions like despair, fear, confusion, or even feel nothing, her powers greatly weaken.
But that's not really a huge deal, as it's only gotten that bad, like, never, I think. In fact, her cheerfulness is so indomitable that she achieved the power of a blue lantern, the Lantern Core of Hope. Remember, lantern rings can create light-based constructs from anything in the wielder's imagination. Heck, one time John Stewart created a whole solar system with his. Speaking of, whenever a blue lantern is around a green lantern, it unlocks literally the most power in the Lantern Core emotional spectrum. And yeah, Starfire had access to one of those. Until Hal Jordan confiscated the ring, that jerk.
What? Why?
Well, he felt she was too young.
That doesn't sound right. Let me see that. Ari, this is a comic for kindergartners.
It's canon, it's still Starfire, and that other legally distinct show has taken from weirder sources.
Ari.
No, you're giving me this. It makes perfect sense.
It does not make perfect sense to use a kindergarten's playbook. It makes as much sense to use promotional material found on websites that aren't even up anymore.
Own flesh and blood.
And yes, that is a direct call out to a certain someone.
Even her best friend tried to kill her on her wedding day, and she's still a bright ray of sunshine.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that...
Hey, Digital Circus!
Every reason to hate the world, heck, even to destroy it. And you're telling me she's not worthy of being a Blue Lantern when she can look at a heartless bigot who views her as less than nothing and would rather die than be saved by her and still say,
"You may not value my life, but I still value yours."
Yeah, Hal did her dirty.
Exactly. Checkmate, bitch.
After taking back her home planet, joining the Justice League, and also raising a family of her own, Starfire would be recognized as a burning glory for those in need. When you see a woman in the sky with hair of burning flame, no evil will fall behind her might and her smile.
Aww.
When it comes to ideas for your bath project, you have options within options.
Get it over with. I know you gotta make your money. Please, just get it over with.
This job requires
Skip. Okay, but at least that was in a decent place, but... Alright. This has me worried for Blaze. DC's scaling is crazy. Her best shot is scaling to supersonic via Solaris, but even then, I don't know how that's gonna go. Well, here's hoping, here's praying, but I think Blaze is kind of screwed.
Looking to add a little anime flair to your tabletop adventures? Check out the complete wife...
No. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not interested. I know you gotta make your money, but please, I'm not interested in that.
Multiverse theory posits that we are all living in just one variation of countless universes, full of alternate versions of each and every one. In some, I could be a famous football player, or Aramal could like Teen Titans Go.
That was a shot.
There's an alternate dimension of our favorite blue hedgehog, the soul dimension. It's not that much different. I mean, it even has its own version of the egghead.
I am the Eggman.
Sonic is a purple cat girl princess. Yeah, it's weird that there's two. If I had a nickel for
This
Nice cutoff of the typical meme.
their sacred treasure, the jeweled scepter, for generations. From birth, Blaze was gifted.
Okay. Imperial Princess Blaze, Mobian Cat, 3'1", huh? So she's short. Age 14, yes. Not a hugger and really hates pirates from an alternate dimension and a part of Silver's bad future. Yeah, that's a weird part of Blaze's backstory. It's just every
So
something.
she could eventually become the guardian of the jeweled scepter, as well as the soul emeralds, a dimensional counterpart to the chaos emeralds.
Too bad she just couldn't actually control her powers, like, at all. And it kind of made any potential friends shun her, just because she didn't automatically know how to control flames that literally shoot out of her soul. Kids bully each other for the dumbest reasons. Like, can you do it? I don't think so.
Because of that, Blaze would come to see her powers only as a curse. Coupled with the political duties of princesshood, rife with people lying to her every day, she grew up lonely, mistrustful, and bitter. But everything changed when Eggman came to her dimension and stole the soul emeralds. Thanks to her connection to said emeralds, Blaze was able to follow him. She knew what she had to do: retrieve the emeralds she was sworn to protect and return home.
Yep.
Unfortunately, a lifetime of isolation and independence made her butt heads with everyone who could possibly help her, like Knuckles, who she chumped and left buried under a pile of rocks. After learning what it truly means to have friends from Cream of all
Okay, Blaze's origins differ between regions. She's a princess in America and an imperial princess in Japan. There is a distinction. In Europe, she's from a future where everyone has powers, likely inspiring the Fleetway version of her. There was a Fleetway version of Blaze? I only know the supersonic version of the Fleetway comics.
Not Twilight Sparkle, and the Blue Blur himself knocking a little sense into her, she learned that sometimes it's okay to trust others with the fate of the world.
After Rush, Blaze returned to her home dimension and would find herself encountering Sonic on many more occasions, fighting more villains, making new friends, and becoming a recurring member of the cast. She even became a part of Team Rose.
Ah, replacing the other purple cat. Good call.
Blaze is an Olympic
good call.
athlete and acrobat.
Oh, we're using the Olympic Games.
And
Okay.
spatial awareness. Over time, she's learned to master her pyrokinetic abilities and use them in conjunction with her physical skills.
She's got all kinds of moves, but most often Blaze uses her flames and ballet-like acrobatics to spin like a fiery Tasmanian.
The Sonic 06 glitch.
Fast enough to create after images, shoot fireballs, and I think she teleported there. Jury's out on that one. Ian Flynn won't return my calls.
This deep connection with flames not only allows her to erase lesser beings of fire, but it allowed her to seal within her the entity known as Iblis, the raw power of the multiversal threat Solaris.
Ooh.
This demon burned the entire planet and left it in a state of ruin for 200 years.
Given that the former host Elise didn't have pyrokinesis anyway, it's unlikely Blaze's powers are augmented by Iblis. Okay, so there is a distinction. I must go. My dimension needs me. Good one, Galaxy Studios.
Silver's apocalyptic far future, or be a descendant of a well-known historical figure in Mobian history.
Well, several sources assert that Blaze actually originates from the future, but something happens after or during the events of Sonic 06. That something causes Blaze to be reincarnated as the Soul Dimension's princess 200 years before Silver's time. We just don't have confirmation of what that something is yet.
Oh, are they positing that, like, when Blaze died, when she sealed Iblis away, she either was reincarnated in the past or got sent back to the past? That'd be some wild lore, but Sonic's dealt with wilder. Blaze, with this sacred treasure summon 06 scaling. Oh, that's a good one, Plushy Zero.
And if Solaris got erased from time, is Iblis still in her soul or not? Oh, I do not envy the rider who has to untangle this timey-wimey Gordian knot.
Yeah. Anyways, like
just cut it. That's what Alexander the Great did.
Several different power-ups, such as shields, mind-affecting items like stun or confusion. She also has ring time, which can transform enemies into rings. And when she was teleported to Eggman's amusement park, she had access to 3 specific wisps.
Cool.
Cyan laser grants an enormous speed boost and rips through enemies.
So she can use the wisps.
Yellow
That's
Yellow
cool.
can easily move underground, making it great for surprise attacks. And the Indigo asteroid reduces everything into rubble within its vicinity.
So these hacks could be useful.
She's managed to keep up with Sonic, who, need we point out, has some insane feats under his belt. Sonic can escape whole dimensions just by running, or defeat villains like Infinite, who can create dimensions that go on infinitely in base form. But one of the biggest would come from Sonic's friends, as they reacted to Solaris' fusion, which conjured a light that consumed the universe in 23 seconds. At minimum. That's 120 quadrillion times faster than light. And that's not even accounting for the fact that Solaris exists in all time, past, present, and future.
And considering Blaze was able to catch...
But I think that bare minimum speed feat is still like millions of times slower than Starfire scaling to Wonder Woman. But Infinite did all that aura farming to not even be a supersonic level threat. I'm sick. Yeah, it sucks.
Knuckles off guard and fought Sonic to a stalemate, Blaze can keep up with all of that. And even before Sonic met Blaze, he'd fought Emerald, who absorbed enough chaos energy to power the final Egg Blaster. That sucker destroyed a whole constellation.
The distance and gravitational binding of each star, that's worth at least 465 exaphons.
Woo!
465 quintillion supernovas. That kind of power can blow up galaxies, or even shake the entire universe.
But her greatest power lies within the gems she was destined to protect, the Soul Emeralds. These debatably sentient jewels are often compared to the Chaos Emeralds, and have similar capacities of unlocking unlimited power.
Basically, they're like Chaos Emeralds, but fiery, and shaped like actual cut emeralds, and tied more to order than chaos, and can warn about upcoming cataclysms. And if you don't know what you're doing with them, they explode in your face.
Wow!
There's actually quite a few differences, but the overall power level is the same in the ways...
While Archie Blaze hasn't been used in this matchup, the Archie comic panels shown in the analysis illustrate canon nuances of Blaze and the Soul Emerald's power. Interesting. The Magic Jolly Ranchers. Gotta keep pulling that joke. That's not gonna get tiring at all.
That actually matter. They also grant Blaze her most powerful transformation, Super Blaze!
Burning Blaze.
Actually, it's Burning Blaze.
Does it matter?
Yes!
It does exactly what Supersonic does with Sonic.
It matters, Ari. There's a distinction. There's a distinction between Super Blaze and Burning Blaze. Does Blaze turn yellow like everyone else who uses a super form? No? Then that's the difference. And no, we're not counting Super Knuckles in this discussion because Super Knuckles is dumb.
Increases their strength, speed, and durability to absurd amounts.
Burning Blaze shot a jet of flame that instantly vaporized a large ship of the Egg Fleet. Given the vapor point of basic steel, that fire would have to be at least 3,000 to 6,000 degrees Celsius with an explosive pressure of at least 100,000 psi.
For context, that's a fire blast as hot as a red dwarf star delivered with the force of a nuke. And that's the minimum, considering many ships of the fleet can withstand multiple attacks from the multi-solar system power of base Sonic. So this flame was likely hotter than a blue sun with a zenophobe of power behind it.
Wow, a lot of numbers, but a lot of statements.
How fast is she going here?
Well, considering this is happening in a wildly fluctuating dimensional rift where neither time nor space functions properly, as Burning Blaze, her speed is technically immeasurable.
What?
Of course it is. While in the Exception Rift, Supersonic and Burning Blaze fought the Egg Salamander, which had already drained the Chaos and Soul Emerald's energies to power it. The two Eggmans planned to use their powers to collapse and merge Sonic's and Blaze dimensions to form a dream Eggman land that transcends dimensions. Given how smart the guys are, I believe them, especially since those two did the impossible and managed to unleash an attack that actually bypassed Superform invincibility.
And that's not even the craziest part.
Oh?
Before this, Blaze had given up all hope of victory since the Soul Emeralds had been drained of their power. Sonic, who's definitely had this sort of thing happen before, makes her realize that the Soul Emerald's power comes from special bonds, thus completely recharging the Soul Emeralds.
Quickly recharging the Emerald items has been a consistent ability since Sonic the Hedgehog 2. The Soul Emeralds should be comparable in this aspect, as Knuckles' senses mistook their energy for the Chaos Emerald's energy. Am I the only one notices that Ari gives MLP friendship gains Twilight vibes? Honestly, in some ways, yes. Manuel Murray, I saw the first one you did. Please stop saying that.
Wait. Are you saying that the power of friendship restored the multiversal strength of the Soul Emeralds? Those ponies really are onto something. Seriously.
Speaking of MLP.
And it tracks, as Sonic, Shadow, and Silver superforms were able to fight against Solaris, a superdimensional life form that would consume all existing timelines of all dimensions.
Sonic
Hey, Piff!
Time Eater, which nearly erased
Excuse
all the
me?
Yeah. Oh, by the I didn't think you'd be back this soon. For context, guys, I started without him because he needed to be somewhere.
Oh no! The place that he means I would be somewhere is locked in some dusty old basement.
Oh no, you call that a basement? It was a chest that I dangled off the edge of the island we're on. You're giving it way too much credit.
It sounds better for you, you mother fluffer.
All right, hang on. Let me add you to the stream.
You better.
Hang on. I need to. All right. All right. Give me a second.
Hello, everybody. What the fuck is Tails doing here?
Tails is from Tails 2. The one from Tails 2.
It's actually called Piffle Tube. I don't know if you know that.
Well, either way, I hope you're watching this on. I can always share the screen to give you this, but you're probably not going to hear anything. Maybe.
Okay, we got it.
Hey! I added myself twice. Get rid of that.
Oh God! From the assumption.
Hey. Hang on.
Okay. So
Add new source instead. We're going to add Piffle. Neo. Sorry about this, guys. I didn't expect him. In all seriousness, outside of the in-universe bits, Piff said that he had to be somewhere else. I forget where it was, but he couldn't be here when the stream started.
Yeah, we agreed. I was at least gonna get here by the time you started.
Okay, flip vertically, horizontally. Okay. Now you're on the other side. All right, that looks good. Hey,
There's a ton of things that have came in since you started. Piffle jump scare. Hello, Piffle. Well. If it isn't Piffle Griffin, that joke is still not funny. Piffle, my hero. Oh God, not him again. No, I'm fine. Hi, Piffle. Hey, Piff. Live Piffle reaction. Hi, Piff.
Tony Sonic Cinematic Universe. All right, hang on. Let me share the screen currently. So, share my screen with you. That way, you'll be able to see it if it'll let me. All right, and
Hi, Piffle. Do you like John Cena versus Charlie Morningstar? I think we established this in a long time ago. No, because it's a fictional character next to a real man.
All right, let's keep going. I have my phone near me, so I'm able to look at the chat a bit. But you can still do your moderating stuff.
Space of the franchise's cosmology, and even then, all that pales in comparison to defeating the End, which referred to itself as infinite compared to Sonic's past adversaries, as well as calling Super Sonic something that transcends law and time.
Ooh, that's a little crazy. Stalemated Sonic the Hedgehog, KO'd Knuckles, destroyed most of the Egg Fleet, defeated the Egg Salamander, Egg Wizard, and Captain Whisker with Sonic's help, defeated Iblis several times and sealed him within her soul, completely eradicated piracy in the Soul Dimension, got vacation as a reward. Awesome!
Also, technically didn't Sonic, not really defeat the End, more, postpone it?
Technically speaking, because, the End represents death in the Sonic universe, but we're being technical with that. But the fact that he was able to stop a form of the End at all, and the fact that it acknowledges as something that transcending law and time, that's pretty crazy.
I mean, Eggman could do it. All you gotta do is just fire the piss beam.
And considering that he fought Sonic on
He's done it once, so do it again.
The Emeralds are comparable to the Chaos Emeralds. She has access to all that power.
Well, most of it anyway. The Soul Emeralds don't seem to have their versions of common Chaos abilities, or if they do, Blaze hasn't used them yet. That's kind of weird. We've seen Chaos Control with the Chaos Emeralds and Chronos Control using a Time Stone. Shouldn't there be a Soul Control?
Theoretically, yes, but either Blaze doesn't know that the technique exists, or
stretch because it hasn't been shown.
It hasn't been shown yet.
Really?
Yeah.
That sort of idea just writes itself. You
Oh my god, that Pac-Man was a live reaction to me.
But as it stands, the Soul Dimension is a place we
What? Oh god, I know that image.
about, and the stuff we do know is pretty limited. For instance, the Jeweled Scepter that Blaze guards apparently contains more power than the Chaos and Soul Emeralds, but we've seen so little of it, we don't know what it's fully capable of. We do know a bit about Blaze, though, both her strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah,
People are saying that I sound like an actual robot.
But you can fall back and
I mean, you speak
when
through
no
a
one's around to offer.
you speak through a TV monitor, so
No, it's because there's echo.
there is.
I think so. I heard it a little bit.
Maybe that's my mic doing it. I have it set to a setting where it detects all audio in front of me.
Yeah, it's also very much your mic is actually picking up what's it called? It's also picking up the video itself, so it just looks like you're talking and the video audio is coming out of your mouth.
Okay, hang on. Maybe if I switch it to a different setting.
The editing goes pretty hard.
All right, let's see if that changes anything. But I really need to figure this out. Another time. We'll just have to put up with it. And besides, it won't happen once we actually get into the game.
For a second opinion. Still a far cry from how she used to
Acrophobic,
act, or in
okay.
the R2 comics. Cheese.
There's water on there.
In your morning tea.
Also,
That's Sonic's
the
weakness.
other super forms in the
No, it's actually Blaze's weakness because she deals in fire.
Yet she can still use her fire powers underwater.
Isn't truly
Mario logic.
really, really hard, and you can stun her or knock her back. But one of her biggest weaknesses is a rather odd one. She has a fear of heights.
Wait, seriously? But she's fighting in
Yes.
space. That's like a bajillion feet in the air. How could you be afraid after that?
Well, it likely took a lot of mental discipline to overcome, because as long as she focuses on ignoring how high she is, her acrophobia isn't triggered.
So wait, she runs on a souped-up version of Don't Look Down?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so it's like Sonic and his hatred of water. I know she's supposed to be the alternate universe Sonic, but the only things she seems to have in common with him are that they're both brave, confident, speedy heroes. They're so different, yet weirdly similar.
Well, it's more than just that. Everything about Blaze and Sonic make them perfect foils. The soul
And that's why some people ship them.
Connected to are described like
They
north and
do.
south poles,
Yeah.
seemingly opposed yet essential to each other's existence. Blaze, embodying the flame, is complemented by Sonic, the embodiment of wind, whose oxygen fuels
Wow.
the fire. Blaze is a disciplined.
Where do these renders come from, by the way? These really sick-ass renders of both Blaze and Sonic. Where did they come from? I love them!
Athletic grace versus Sonic's breakdance-like fluidity. Burning Blaze's red and yellow versus Supersonic's yellow and red. They're opposites, but not in opposition. Like yin and yang, it's a perfect parallel harmony.
Anti-Blaze would be kind of likewise very reckless
Yin and yang.
and in your face.
So almost like Sonic, but cranked up to 11.
Wow, they really put a lot of thought into this. Blaze tries to give off that air of the stoic, duty-bound royal, but deep down, she's just a burned soul who wants to give this whole friendship thing a genuine shot. As long as she lives, Blaze will protect the emeralds, her dimension, and her new friends at any cost, even her own life.
Okay, that was Blaze's analysis. Piff, what do you think? You weren't here for Starfire's analysis. Shit.
I don't really care. That's fine.
All right. What do you think, Chad? Who's gonna win?
I'm betting Starfire.
Rooting and betting Blaze. That's from Kaja X Leslie. Blaze from Toby. Blaze Starfire. I bet Blaze. I'm hoping Starfire, but I wouldn't mind if Blaze won. Blaze, now with all arguments, Blaze. I know who already wins because I've seen the episode. Then don't you dare spoil it, Sarah Scott 5579. Starfire not telling Blaze, Blaze.
If you spoil it, I will be offing you. Mm-hmm. And by that I mean I will be going up to you and turning off the off switch on your backs.
And he'll hit you in the head with his giant hammer for good measure.
No, I don't want to do that. It's too much of a waste of precious bolts.
Alright. I'm noticing that this episode is way more in-depth than Death Battle truly goes into. Like, usually Death Battles don't surpass more than 30 minutes, but this is going the extra mile with both characters.
Yeah.
But after hearing both arguments, I really hope Blaze wins, but I get the feeling that Starfire is going to take it. We'll see.
I'm gonna say Starfire because I like to be contrarian.
Well, you're not really contrarian because a lot of people genuinely believe Starfire wins.
It'd definitely be refreshing to see like a Sonic character properly represented and then lose.
Yeah, I suppose I can see that angle, but I'm still hoping for Blaze because I really like her, but I have a feeling Starfire is going to take it.
Sonic fan likes the Sonic character. I didn't know that.
Shut up.
Custom built just for you. Redneck engineer delivered.
Skip.
Oh my god, I love Redneck Engineer! Oh my god,
right.
Looking at things!
Before we get started, what do the fans think about this matchup?
Well, according to their votes, it appears the people believe Starfire is going to handily win this.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, let's see what the fighters have to say about it.
It's time for a legally distinct battle to the death!
Yeah!
I'm working on it!
Just say fiery fan fight. You have it in the title.
Nah.
Oh, we're doing the SA1 2 opening? Alright. Come on, Blaze!
Starfire.
Nightwing, I'm having none of the luck finding the jewel thief.
Oh, we're doing sprites and hand-drawn.
They couldn't have gone far.
We're going for
Wait,
that
hang on.
style. I got an ad!
Oh, hang on, guys. My sorry to interrupt, but my computer's running low on battery. Hang on, just give me a second.
Tony Sonic, all you have to do is just charge it up by plugging it into the USB port that's on the back of my ear.
Good thing I already did that.
What?
All right.
Piffle, why are you personally attacking me and Tony TS? I'm not attacking Tony Tails.
This is just a banter between us. But anyways, let's keep going. Sorry for that interruption. Oh, Soul Emerald.
Finally, now I can leave this strange dimension.
I have found you, thief of the red jewel. Return what you have stolen, or...
Oh no. Oh.
Yes.
We shall celebrate
Yes.
together, and I will order you the mustard with...
Yeah, Blaze is not to be cuddled.
Dare touch me again.
Okay, we don't have to be friends, but you must hand over that jewel.
I'm the guardian of these emeralds, and I will not let you take them.
Let's go! Laser beams.
Yeah.
Ooh, there was a Sonic Battle sprite there.
Yeah.
Or at least Sonic Battle style.
This is not even a hit so far.
Drill! Well, neither is... Woo! Dang.
Oh. Yeah, currently Starfire is cooking.
Oh, laser! Yeah, it seems like Blaze isn't getting any hits in.
And
Oh,
yeah.
jeez.
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Blaze is kind of getting cooked right now.
Uh-huh. This is what I was worried about. Ooh! That's an epic transformation.
So, you like to play with fire?
Oh my god, would you look at that? Blaze is now, ablaze.
Oh, boy. Alright. Judging from how she got kind of tossed around the first time, I'm guessing that's not going to bode well.
Yeah. I mean... I guess...
Hey. Asteroid.
Why is, like, half of the... Okay, that was cool, but, like... Half of Blaze's moveset is just using the Wisp.
Uh-huh.
Should have been Wisps versus Starfire. Personally, I think Crimson Wisp would cook.
You can't escape me!
Oh boy. This is Starfire's comeback moment. Here we go. Time for
Starfire, can you hear me?
here this.
Corey!
Yep. Blaze is dead.
Blaze has been cooked. Oh? Hold on.
Yeah, she's.
Hold on, we got transformation. Blaze. Oh, sorry. No, Starfire just turned into invincible, guys.
Yeah, that's a blue lantern ring. Whoa! Kaleidoscope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh dear. No, she's gonna rip apart.
We could have been friends, but you chose this.
Giving up already?
Oh? Sonic?
I thought you were strong.
Okay.
Wait. Please don't give me hope. I get the feeling that she's not gonna. Here we go. Both have had their comeback moments, so now I don't know who's gonna win.
Yeah.
My heart's actually pumping. I don't know.
I don't know. Blaze is already still burning Blaze. I don't know where you're coming back from that.
Oh boy. Here she go.
Yeah.
She's gonna run out. She's...
I won't fall here! Not when I'm breathtaking! Whoa! How is she this powerful? Wait, that energy. Maybe I can. Stop stopping that! Yes! I can absorb it! I can.
Oh?
Yeah.
What's going on?
And...
Wait, did she take Iblis?
What? Doesn't still have Iblis in them. Because it should
How
be
could she have absorbed the soul
like
of
that.
hell? It's impossible unless she's like me. Which means I can stop this!
Huh?
Right.
What's going on?
So, fucking confused.
But the,
Hope. I have hope there is another time and place where we are friends.
Wait, what? Did Blaze win?
Strangely, I hope
I'm
so too.
sorry. Okay.
She won! Let's go! Blaze won! Let's go, everybody!
Okay, so Blaze was basically carried by Iblis. Cool.
Oh, I never thought it possible. I'm sorry for screaming like that, but your audio peaked. I'm sorry, but I'm just so overjoyed that she actually won. I thought she was cooked for sure.
No. I don't even know how to feel about that. That feels weird that Blaze is still at her prime with Iblis.
I mean,
inside of her?
Iblis, has Iblis really done anything? I mean, I don't even think she absorbed Iblis. I think I caught a line that she said that she absorbed the Soul Emerald's power, and then it just regenerated.
Like,
But the chat seems to like it. Please pay attention to the pop-ups. Oh, Joshscorcher's here! Hey, thank you! Thank you for being here. This was awesome so far. Let's see the reasoning, but you got your team of animators and researchers and all the things. You did a great job.
Oh shit, that's the actual person who made this? Oh my god.
Yeah, he's here. Here, welcome to the stream.
Hello. You guys should totally make a death battle with me and Tony. It'd be fun.
Yeah.
This is why you shouldn't try
Boo.
cats, but wow, that fight was nuts. Are both of them actually capable of all that?
Well, yes. While Blaze had more advantages in the fight overall, these two were equal in a surprising amount of ways.
Their skills and power sets bounce so well off each other that this was honestly pretty tricky to figure out. So let's go through the relevant categories one by one.
Okay, we're doing the category system.
Speed department.
Both combatants hail from universes known for their insane speed feats, but Starfire consistently struggles to keep up with higher-tier DC fighters. Even if we highball her interstellar travel feats, she can't keep up with Blaze's teleportation, outspeeding Knuckles, or moving in spaces unbound by time. In fact, Starfire's best showing of speed comes from Teen Titans Go.
We're not kidding. Apparently, this
Okay, considering Prime Starfire and TGT Starfire don't have any other showings of immeasurable speed, Teen Titans Go's feat is clearly an outlier. Even if we put aside Starfire's direct feats and scaled her to people she's fought, we'd have to downscale her because she lost most of those fights. Interesting.
Starfire did jumping jumps so fast that she nearly disrupted the space-time continuum. However, she wasn't fully in control and was able to hear Robin telling her to stop, which means she wasn't fully out of sync with the normal flow of time. The fairest interpretation is that she approached immeasurable...
Okay, let's see. FDL speeds. Infinite can move an infinite distance in finite time. Inaccessible can move a finite distance in stopped/null time. So that basically, if Chaos Control was activated, yet Sonic was still able to run as fast as normally. Immeasurable can move a finite distance in spaces unbound by time. Irrelevant. Just irrelevant speed. Trans-time velocity transcending the concept of movement distance. That's confusing, but crazy.
Speed, but didn't quite reach it.
Even if she did, Blaze's...
People are just asking Josh questions now.
Well, yeah, I mean, would you get the...
Even with the small boost from the blue
Okay, Blaze did defeat Knuckles on Martial Arts Master, but the fight happened so fast that it's unclear if it was due to her superior stats, her ability to mash and martial arts, or both.
Starfire can't reliably compete with Burning Blaze.
Sure, Starfire's managed to hit one or two DC characters who could supposedly achieve immeasurable speed, but they clearly weren't going their fastest during these incidents. Admittedly, comparing any two fighters' immeasurable speed feats does get into weird and cerebral territory. While our combatants are in the same ballpark, Blaze just has more consistently high showings, and she doesn't need a multi-week nap after going that fast. Point for Blaze.
Both Blaze and Starfire have surprising similarities when it comes to battle instincts and strategic thinking. They often defer to their teammates for plans, but both have shown they can cleverly think around a problem when needed. Both also have tempers that can create openings for their opponents. But that's where the similarities end, and Starfire demonstrates her clear advantage.
Okay, both Blaze and Starfire are perceptive enough to notice personality flaws in others, but neither are ruthless enough to exploit them in a fight. Instead, they opt to overpower rather than target those weaknesses. Interesting.
While Blaze has taken steps to mitigate her acrophobia, if she's caught off guard, her concentration can waver and cause her to get blindsided more easily. Also, Blaze's techniques and fighting style are extremely telegraphed and showy, making them quite predictable compared to Starfire. While Blaze has trained for years to be the Soul Emerald's guardian, that was mostly done on her own. Corey has formal combat training with the Okarans, on top of years scrimmaging with the team to prepare for anything related to battle. Point for Starfire.
Experience isn't as cut and dry as you might think. Starfire has many more examples of fighting dozens of diverse, multiversal level enemies, whereas with Blaze, you can count those types of foes on one hand.
Yeah.
That we've seen anyway. However, when it comes to comparing their win-loss records, Corey comes up a bit short.
But hold on, there's nuance to this. Yes, Starfire loses all the time, and that's really annoying from a narrative standpoint. And from a fan standpoint. But look at who she loses too. People like Orion, Mongol, and Wonder Woman. She got her teeth kicked in, sure, but the fact that she fought them and didn't die should not be discounted.
Yeah, to say that Blaze is more experienced based on that would just be disingenuous. Plus, Corey has fought plenty of foes like Blaze. Vice versa, not so much, but she still faced a pretty significant number of foes. Tough call, but Starfire gets a slight edge here.
Slight experience boost. Okay, so speed goes to Blaze, skill and experience have gone to Starfire. I'm willing to bet the other two might go to Blaze, but I'm not sure.
In fact, Starfire had a lot
They
of natural counters
technically
with Blaze's
do.
extra arsenal. Her powerful mental resistance could resist the confusion and stun items, and even though the Indigo Wisp could easily nullify her Starbolts, Corey's insane durability would allow her to resist being turned into mulch.
While the Blue Lantern Ring could potentially heal
Even if the Blue Lantern Ring was at full power, Starfire could not nullify Blaze's pyrokinesis, since Blaze's fire is tied to her soul, not her emotional state. Plus, since Chaos Emeralds could nullify Solaris' regeneration, it can be assumed the equivalent Soul Emeralds can nullify Blue Lantern regeneration. Aha. Interesting.
Starfire, or supercharge her regular powers with a surge of positive emotion like hope, a Blue Lantern's usual augmentations are severely hampered in a mono-e-mono fight like this because it requires a Green Lantern ring in close proximity to reach its full potential. Without that, the most it's able to provide is a small power boost and simple energy constructs.
And while Starfire's no slouch with strategy or creativity, we don't know how effective she'd actually be using those constructs without a lot of speculation. Thanks, Hal. Ultimately, the Soul Emeralds gave Blaze an edge that Starfire didn't really have an answer to except for maybe one, her absorption ability.
Starfire has managed to absorb several unusual kinds of energy, but it has its limitations.
The Kryptonian Starfire absorbed solar energy from was far weaker than Superman, and the process took more time than Blaze would allow. Additionally, given how often she's been defeated by Superman, there's likely a limit to whom Starfire can absorb power from. That's very. That could be. That's a very. Yeah, if she could absorb Superman's solar energy, then that would be a big problem. But the fact that that she might not be able to, that would be a huge hamper for her.
If that's the case, if she theoretically absorbed like Iblis, would Iblis be too powerful?
Maybe.
Or if it was on like a level of Josh, I don't even know. Was it Iblis? Josh, if you're still here, please answer. I have no idea if it was just general power or Iblis.
Well, given that Blaze was in 06, given that Blaze was struggling to like keep it inside of her, and I'm willing to bet the power difference is gonna go to Blaze. I'm willing to bet that if Starfire absorbed Blaze, Iblis would tear her from the inside out.
Pretty much. It's just like if she tries to absorb power that's higher than hers, does she like in the comics also like just basically die?
Kind of, but I'm not entirely sure. This whole thing with Iblis is weird. Let's just say it's like general power that Blaze could get back through.
Okay. Josh answered. Not necessarily. Elise has Iblis. And didn't die. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so was it like general power? Again, I'm very lost when it comes to.
Okay, wait. We need to take this into consideration. Iblis was sealed in a royal soul. That is the part of this. Remember when Silver tried to absorb Iblis, but it didn't work? He wasn't royalty when that happened. Or at least a part of the Soliana royal family. The only reason Iblis accepted Blaze, kind of, is because she had her pyrokinesis. But she literally says in that moment, "My soul is already alit with flames. I will be accepted." So it was basically a close second. But even then, she couldn't contain it.
In that case, if Starfire isn't a royal soul, wouldn't she just not be able to absorb that power at all? Because Silver was like literally unable to.
Yeah, and it was actively hurting him as well. So if Starfire tried to absorb Iblis, that could lead to something dangerous. But we really need to keep going because we got 10 minutes left of this video, and we got a game to get to.
The power of the Soul Emeralds, not Iblis. So the Soul Emeralds. Oh, okay. Let's keep watching. All right.
Fire can sometimes emit ultraviolet light, but that very much depends on the fuel source. And considering that Blaze's flames are red and they shoot out of her soul, it's unlikely Starfire would be able to absorb ultraviolet energy from them, or the energy of the Soul Emeralds, which are tied to that element.
Even assuming, arguendo, that Starfire can absorb the Soul Emerald energy.
Okay, Starfire can't sun dip like Superman, as Tamaranians can only store so much energy before exploding. While she can absorb more energy than a typical Tamaranian due to the Scion experiments, there's no indication that Starfire's energy limit has been completely removed. So she can absorb more than typical...
So basically if she absorbs a lot of energy, she just dies.
Energy.
Cool.
There's way too much that could go wrong from that. Star could fall unconscious from the foreignness of the energy, or explode from the sheer amount of multiversal power, or the Soul Emeralds refusing to play nice. Blaze, on the other hand, could just quickly dip into another dimension for a safe recharge. Or, since Starfire and Blaze are so similar, given that Blaze was able to seal Iblis within her based on merely connection to flames, it's almost 100% likely that Blaze would just seal Starfire away within her own soul.
Wow, that'd be quite a win condition. Just Blaze taking, nope, I'm taking you in here, just sucking her into her soul. Dang.
Immediately, and anticlimactically, ending the fight.
It gets worse for Starfire. While she has strong resistance to mental manipulation, Starfire has consistently shown no resistances to spiritual or physical manipulation, including transmutation, meaning Blaze could just use ring time to turn Starfire into a ring.
Oh, that'd be even funnier. Like never mind just stealing your soul within yourself. You're just a bunch of rings now.
Blaze isn't that petty.
Maybe not.
I know, it's underwhelming, but Blaze has far too many achievable ways to debilitate Starfire or instantly end the fight. Several of which she doesn't need to be able to...
Oh man, look, Fire the Meme Lord just said, "You're my money now. Get in my wallet."
the one before, "You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later." That's us and Josh. Little does Josh know, like in universe, I just popped into his fucking office.
Don't read it too much into that, Josh. He's got his own lore going on. Don't read it too much into that.
Burning Blaze form to accomplish.
But hold on again, there's nuance to this.
Read into it.
While Blaze has these abilities,
read into all of it.
Okay, Blaze can erase beings of fire, but since she couldn't erase Iblis, it's unlikely this ability would work completely on someone as powerful as Starfire, though it might at least weaken her given the fire that naturally spawns from her hair. So she could just give her a haircut.
Okay.
Preferred options. She usually relies on brute force, with strategic thinking as a backup plan. It might take time for her to realize that she needs her more obscure powers to pull out the win, which could favor Starfire. Except Starfire shares a similar approach. Additionally, Blaze has shown increasing willingness to adapt and use her other abilities to buy time when needed. Blaze takes a strong edge in abilities.
Okay.
But assuming Blaze doesn't get any chances to instantly end the fight, can she actually overpower Starfire?
Well, let's take a look at both our combatants' most decided stalemates. While Sonic and Blaze can be comfortably put on the same level, Corey and Diana can't. Not only was Corey on the back foot with Wonder Girl's help, Diana was holding back and was about to cut loose before they were interrupted. Against a serious Wonder Woman, Starfire's gonna lose. Hard. Which is so not fair.
Starfire's incredible strength and durability varies greatly due to a multitude of factors.
Okay, the fight where Envy possessed Wonder Woman's body supported this. Starfire landed a sucker punch, but it barely affected Envy, and Starfire was quickly overwhelmed afterwards. Even if Starfire directly scales to Wonder Woman, it's unlikely she scales to the power of the God Wave, as determined in She-Ra versus Wonder Woman. Interesting. And by the way, the God Wave is a feat where a Wonder Woman blocked this huge source of energy from every point that was coming from every end of the universe, which is crazy. But you gotta see it for yourself. I can't really explain it.
So her stats are tricky to lock down. The time Starfire held her own against other high-powered characters in the DC universe, such as Sinestro, Firestorm, or hell, even Superman, this was often due to unusual circumstances, such as her opponents holding back immensely, or they were weakened, subdued, or distracted by other fighters. Whether on her own or on a team, she's lost a fair few times against weaker characters in her universe.
But to be fair, that's usually because Starfire holds back too, and because 50 years of writers are always on the same page. Sure, Starfire's scaling is different since most of her feats.
Starfire's feats of killing an Eschaton demon and igniting the Sepulchre in Justice League Odyssey can't be fully credited to her, as she had a temporary power boost from Darkseid's machinations during these instances, and needed Cyborg's help to stay stable. Even if we allow both feats, her power at this point isn't guaranteed to surpass Burning Blaze. I'm going to assume... I'm not sure what...
Power moons.
Nice.
Involve losing, but those losses still likely put her at multiversal. In fact, a relatively safe scaling chain through Connor Kent, a weakened Superboy Prime, and a weakened Anti-Monitor puts her near infinite multiverse. Close, though not quite. Can Blaze actually top that?
Turns out, she can. While we don't see much of Burning Blaze, it is shown to be directly comparable to Supersonic, which is on a ridiculous level of power. Emerald Superforms have defeated super-dimensional gods, which could erase all timelines and dimensions in the infinite sonic cosmology. Twice!
So we're going for the infinite cosmology again.
Hold on. So, is it... They teamed up. Is it, confirmed to be, directly comparable?
Well, let's put it this way.
They're, the exact same. I don't know if that was overstated.
Here's the thing: the Soul Emeralds and the Chaos Emeralds are parallels to each other, and they're basically equals. Blaze matches Sonic. Pretty much is one of many characters that can match Sonic pretty handedly. Arguably, she might be weaker depending on what you look at in Sonic Rush, but I think generally speaking, her along with characters like Shadow and Metal Sonic would be roughly equal to him.
Yeah, but Shadow has a direct super form.
Yeah, but so does Burning Blaze, because the Soul Emeralds and the Chaos Emeralds are pretty much the same counterparts to each other.
And they're parallels, but I don't know, they have to fight against each other.
Well, they showed to be on par with roughly relatively to each other during Sonic Rush and Sonic Rush Adventure.
They fight in Sonic Rush?
Yeah.
And Sonic Rush Adventure again? Where do they fight?
They fight the Egg Salamander in Sonic Rush and the Egg Wizard in Sonic Rush Adventure. And by the way, the Scepter of Darkness, the Jeweled Scepter, had power surpassing both the Chaos Emeralds and the Soul Emeralds.
Okay.
Or fully to create infinite dimensions. Heck, Blaze was able to directly defeat guys who could create dimensions transcending dimensions. Twice!
Even though we needed some help.
The DC universe has a higher cosmology than the Sonic universe, even with the recent buff from Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. However, it's less relevant here because Starfire hasn't demonstrated power or abilities capable of impacting her universe's higher cosmology on her own. So she's no Superman. She's no Ghost Rider for Marvel. But that's Marvel.
Yeah, you're right. I'm Ghost Rider.
Sonic could still defeat the End, a being claiming to be infinite compared to all of Sonic's adversaries, including Solaris and the Terminator. Even if we saw the End at its word, it's kind of a biased source, Burning Blaze still matches the tier of infinite multiverse versus Starfire's at best almost infinite multiverse. In a cosmic sort of way, what is...
Hey, Stellar Blade clips! I love that they included Stellar Blade clips. I love that game.
Because you were 100% of it.
Yes, I did, and I'm making that era. I promise. It's just very slow.
He's actually been slacking off. I've actually watched him.
Shut up.
Again, a Soul Emerald Supercore match is at minimum more powerful than several infinities combined. And
how does that work?
This is just from the video games. If we calculated her power using feats from the Archie comics,
it would bump
there we go.
Power, but it would actually be an overall downgrade. It did show anything on the level of Supersonic's reality warping feats, despite them technically being capable of the same things. Archie Blaze's fire also requires oxygen, unlike Game Blaze, whose fire can burn underwater. She also loses a lot to really weak enemies.
That said, the Jeweled Scepter got a
Iblis was stronger than base Blaze and definitely far stronger than its previous host, Elise. So Blaze sealing an entity in her soul that's stronger than her is logically consistent, especially since the most that Starfire could do while sealed away is limited astral projection. She really has a weakness to, what was that, the heart? Weakness to getting bonked on the head in Archie, huh? That's what Pyro the Meme Lord said. Is Stellar Blade good? Stellar Blade is amazing, DJ. Please play it.
Significant power boost as it actually protected her dimension from the Super Genesis wave, literally rewriting their infinite multiverses reality. So there's that, I guess.
Either way, it doesn't really matter. Blaze takes this one too. Maybe we're totally off our rockers and underestimating Starfire's power, especially with the Blue Lantern Wings boost. I'm very much on that side. But even then, it wouldn't change anything because she still can't outspeed Blaze or counter all of her win conditions. We were honestly expecting the result to be the other way around, especially me, considering Corey is Flame Princess Superman and Blaze is Flame Princess Sonic.
Almost.
Okay, win conditions. Blaze, low difficulty, force Starfire to another dimension, ring time. Mid difficulty, soul stealing, erase Starfire's energy. High difficulty, kill Starfire before Burning Blaze runs out. Starfire, high difficulty, force Burning Blaze to run out and kill her before she escapes and recharges. Kill Blaze before she transforms into Burning Blaze. I'm guessing because this is hot.
I actually really like this format. This is like a way better win condition than like Death Battle, just listing off maybe 3 things.
Yeah.
That are cons and 3 things that are pros. This is way more informed.
Yeah, honestly, I think the free time. I think not working with a set schedule benefited this fight because it allowed them to go so much more in depth than Death Battle typically does. With Death Battle, you gotta release them every few weeks. You gotta work within a budget. But well, they are obviously working within a budget too. They had the free time to go far more in depth with these things, which is greatly appreciated. Death Battle should really take note of this.
Yeah, it's for real, Josh. Keep doing what you're doing, please.
Blaze is on par with Sonic in their narrative. In pretty much every DC continuity, Starfire isn't on par with Superman. She says so herself. In fact, Starfire has openly admitted multiversal and/or godlike enemies like Sinar the Demiurge.
You're welcome.
Thank yous. Yeah, you're welcome, Josh. Oh, there's an ad playing.
I already read that. Dumbass. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, even if we ignore all context behind statements of Starfire's capabilities and allow generous scaling chains for her, we'd also have to allow that for Blaze, which would put them both at outer-versal power and still leave Blaze with her superior speed and multitude of hacks options. Wow. And
Darkseid are out of her league and should be handled by others such as Superman or the Green Lantern Corps. That's not to say she's weak. Far from it. She's just a relatively small fish in a really,
really big pond.
Starfire's feats place her near Blaze's power.
Okay, let's see the results. Blaze, stronger as Burning Blaze, consistently faster, multiple achievable win conditions, more useful and reliable power sets, several dubious feats, temper causes mistakes in openings, and acrophobia risks even more. Burning Blaze has reducible time limits. And as for Starfire, stronger in base form, superior combat training and experience, counters/survives many abilities, temper causes mistakes in openings, several dubious feats, so they both even out in that regard. And more dodgy indirect power scaling, powers and stamina drain quickly, solo blue lantern ring barely helps, absorption is ineffective or unreliable.
Level at the very least, but not enough to significantly overpower her or scale that high in the DC hierarchy. Has Star fought characters on that level? Absolutely. But does she scale high enough and reliably enough to make a difference against Blaze and overcome her abilities? Almost, but no.
In the end, Blaze's multiple paths to victory and more reliable power set edged out Starfire's formidable physiology.
Yes, when Josh said yes when Selena said, do you think Starfire gets the Vegeta treatment? And Josh said yes when CH sucks.
Oh boy. Okay, both universes have unclear canons that require a lot of personal interpretation and judgments about what's fair to include or exclude. Overall, we couldn't find anything that reliably puts Starfire above Blaze's level. So I had a feeling. I said this at the start. If Starfire's inconsistency was enough to put her down, then that might give Blaze the win, and it seems like that's part of the reason.
And breadth of experience.
Some stars fade, but at least Corey went out in a blaze of glory.
The winner is Blaze the Cat.
Let's go!
Wait a second. Hold on, guys. Joshscorcher, Blaze the Cat. Blaze was the winner. I knew it. Josh, you rigged the results after all.
Counterpoint, Starfire.
Fire. Tony, there's a fire in the studio. Put it out. Dawson beat me to it.
Oh, we got another scene.
Oh.
Miss, are you well?
What?
It is all right.
Post-credit scenes.
Teen Titans.
Friendly face.
You... What?
Oh, she shattered reality.
Yeah, I'll go fix it.
Oh, cool.
You fell out of that rift in dimensions. Whoever your opponent
This is so cool. I love this.
I see. The Soul Emeralds are missing again. I must find them immediately.
Oh, would you like the help?
I don't need... Actually, yes. I would.
There's the... Aw.
Yay.
Don't cuddle her!
So I'm just gonna go and press subscribe right now. Don't mind me. Everyone else in the chat, you are required to do it, or else you're banned.
Yeah! Go subscribe to Joshscorcher, and please support this. This was amazing.
Thank you, Josh, for being here in general. We're probably gonna switch to a different segment soon, so it's fine if you want to leave. But yeah, genuinely, this is awesome. I am watching more of this, and yeah. By the way, there is a next time.
Joshscorcher. Apparently, these fiery fan fights are going to be a yearly thing, once per year, and Josh is going to do one of these, and I'm interested in seeing what the next one is if he announces it. Oh, special thanks to Ben Singer.
No wonder it's more in depth.
The versus community.
Oh, cool.
All right, but is there? Oh, next time. All right, Here we go.
What's up next time? What are we getting?
In the underground depths, a new king faces a true hero. What will decide the victory? Positivity or determination? Sidon versus Undyne! Sidon versus Undyne! Let's go! I should have expected this, but yes, let's go!
Sidon versus Undyne. I love this matchup.
I cannot.
Mainly because Sidon. But I doubt he's gonna win. Mainly because underscale scaling is bullshit.
Oh, but that was incredible. I can't wait for the next one. This was amazing. Once again, please support this episode. It deserves way more views than it got. How many does it have right now? 8,000? Oh, hang on. Let me refresh the page. Surely it has to have more than that by now. Still just 8,000.
How about I'm just gonna casually just put this on my community page. Hold on.
Yep. Sorry, I had to stop streaming in here because we're going to Celeste and I don't want to risk another lag. All right. Let us go to Celeste now. No, not the webcam.
Nah, you should just watch this forever. Alright. Josh said thanks for reacting. Thanks for being here. This is so cool.
Yes. Thank you for providing such an amazing episode. I hope the next one is just as good. My one complaint, but the one complaint, and this is probably accurate, but the one remote complaint that I have.
Complaints? How about no?
Hang on, our avatars disappeared all of a sudden. But
you made us disappear.
Don't worry, I can fix it.
No, you can't. I'm stuck in the snow. Get me out. I hate the snow. Fun fact, Sidon is one of Josh's favorite characters. Josh is now my favorite character.
Yeah. The only complaint that I would have, and this is more so a constructive criticism. I was trying to find the words. My one constructive criticism is that Blaze kind of gets tossed around in the first third of the fight, and I really think that if you wanted to make it it should have been a little more fair before going to Burning Blaze. Like, she should have got at least a couple more hits in than she did. Because, you saw it, Piffle. She was kind of getting tossed around like a rag doll there.
Also, Josh said he's not above criticism. That's based.
Based response. It's all... Right, none of us are above criticism.
In general, Josh, when it comes to criticizing things, or when it comes to just anything that can have an opinion that's, different, me and Tony just tend to not agree on things.
Yeah, but that leads to also a bunch of meaningful discussions.
It does. It does. Like a matchup, which we will get into.
Yes, we will get into that later. But let's not traumatize the chat just yet.
Where do my legs go? My legs!
You don't have legs.
Not on this spread, I don't.
Alright. Now, so let me get the chat box back, because that also disappeared for some reason. I don't get why things just overlay, and I can't just... And they can't just...
a reaction to a fight earlier. Sweet. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick.
Alright. Give Piffle a second, and bring the chat back, hopefully. But yeah, what'd you all think? What did you all think? What did you all think? Any thoughts for Josh while he's here? Loved it. It was great. You lag. Peak fiction. Loved it despite my homegirl not winning. But yeah, please continue to do more of these. I will absolutely be there for Sidon versus Undyne. We really need to support indie creators like this. They deserve it. Josh especially deserves it after giving us this. 9 out of 10. Exactly, Bendy. 9 out of 10. Would have been a 10 if not for that one criticism I gave, but aside from that, excellent work. We're looking forward to the future. It's official. Blaze can work on Death Battle. Now, hold on. That depends on how Death Battle scales are. Don't...
No. See, I trust Josh more with Blaze.
then I do debatable.
By the way, TopHat is asking if he can join. I don't know.
I know. Do you want to let him in? X-Red's also on then.
I mean, what do you guys think? Would you be okay with TopHat joining us?
Would you be okay with X-Red as well?
I don't know. I don't want to crowd the stream.
Fair enough. X-Reds did ask earlier, which is why I'd point that out.
Sure thing. Yes. All right. I guess we can let TopHat in, but I don't want any more than like 3 people on a call at once.
All right. Hey, TopHat.
Hello everyone.
All right. Let me add you to the stream.
You should have came in here and you should have been like, "Greetings, Poltomaster. I am Leon."
Okay. Yeah. I've been wanting to be in one of Tony's streams for quite a while, so it's nice to meet you, Tony.
Nice to meet you too, TopHat.
Yeah, I've been like watching your vids ever since like you started doing everything wrong with Charlie videos.
Oh, so you're an ancient. You're one of the old guard. Cool.
Yeah.
Really. Bendy said, "Oh God, Skylanders! I haven't heard that in a long time. We need to bring back Skylanders."
Hang on. I tried to flip you, but you instead went over. Hang on. Transform there. Flip horizontally. There. Now you're next to Piffle.
My shirt is backwards, but that's I guess that's okay. I guess.
Hold on.
I could put you next to me if you want.
What now?
I could put you next to me if you want your shirt right ways.
Yeah, that'll be okay.
All right, then we'll.
I think I got the chat talking about Skylanders now.
Awesome! I remember Skylanders. It was a fun time. A bit of a fad, but fun time.
No. That was the OG. That ain't no fad.
Yeah, I never really got around to try Skylanders because, like back then I was obsessed with Disney Infinity because it was my Skylanders before like I became interested with Skylanders with Pearl.
Stop that! Check your DMs. Make yourself not a PNG.
Yeah.
All right, let me create a projector. I still got my phone open, so I'm able to glance at the chat. But if there are any specific questions, Piffle might have to catch them. But I'll still glance at you.
Why am I ostracized over to like the?
I got the stream on a tab as well. So.
Okay, that works.
Why do I get to be in the corner over there and TopHat gets to be over on the right?
Because he's the. Okay, there's no excuse. You can get over here if you really want to.
So says sad Piffle Day.
Yes. Also, I hate looking at my reverse right. It looks very cursed at me.
All right. Project.
Okay, someone said Piffle chilling in the emo corner.
Oh, poor Piffle all alone.
Okay. Get over here.
You guys know the scene in Shrek 2 where Shrek goes over to Puss in Boots and he's just a cat. He has like little boots, and then he just like starts doing the cat eyes to Donkey. Yeah. That's I'm Puss in Boots and chat is Shrek.
Hang on, I'm gonna make us all a bit smaller for this one since there's 3 of us all in one corner. I don't want to clutter the stream.
Yeah, you don't want to take up the entire screen.
Yeah. We're gonna.
It doesn't look cursed to me. Yeah, sorry, it's an art thing. When I look at the tufts on my hoodie, like wrong, I can't do it. You're so tiny. Indeed, I am.
All right, that's a bit better. Now then, let's finally get to the main objective of the stream. More of the bad sides of Celeste Golden Strawberries.
Andrew says it fits Piffle as a cat, right? How many times? How many times?
Yeah, you guys really should get this across. He's a tanuki, not a cat.
I'm going to kill you.
No, he's a raccoon. He's a raccoon.
Okay, so in reality, I actually despise that joke now.
Why?
Only because the person who originally made it, Cherry, I do not associate with them.
Oh, okay. In that case, let's not continue that joke anymore. If it deeply hurts you to hear that, then
It's not the Tanuki thing. Not the Tanuki part of it. I do not care about like the he's a cat part. Just do not relate me to other animals or something like that instead of saying a cat. It does deeply make me want to like throw up.
ooh. Alright then, we'll just call you a midget then. How does that sound?
That's I don't know about that one. No, Andrew, you're fine. You get to say again. You guys get to say I'm a cat. You guys do not get to say that I'm a Tanuki. Moon, you're also fine. Guys.
I'm sorry, like, we just don't. The chat just doesn't want to offend you. We.
Okay, you're fine.
Okay, so someone said Piffle the midget.
Yeah, I'm not. We should probably not use midget. I'm pretty sure that's offensive.
Why is it offensive?
Only because of dwarf people.
Yeah.
Isn't little people more demeaning?
It's actually what most people prefer to be called.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't know. I just know the one clip from the TED show where where they kind of halfway discuss what's actually offensive, midget or little people.
Yeah.
But if you prefer to call one or the other, and if you're a little person and you prefer to be called one or the other than honestly, I'm gonna shut up now because I don't even know what to say anymore.
Tony, shut up. That's your new name. Tony, shut up. Instead of Sonic.
But I do gotta say, like, okay, watching the Triple F video, that made me have like a huge grin on my face. Because like, when Joshscorcher, okay, what idea Joshscorcher is gonna show in the stream? Like, I have no freaking idea.
He showed up, and he was so cool.
Yeah.
I watched him for like a few years ago.
Also, Express just said it's Piffle. There's your answer.
Yeah, Piffle. I guess Piffle is just Piffle now.
You can call me. You can continue the joke of me being a cat, which is not true, but you can continue the joke of that.
Think of it as a reference to Morgana.
Any other animal.
Oh yeah, because you know how Morgana is when he doesn't like it when you call him a cat.
Someone said any way to fix Piffle's echo. I ain't really that bad.
Your echo doesn't seem so bad on my end.
Oh my god, it's horrible.
What?
I just listened on the stream. The echo is garbage.
Dang. Is your mic or is it my mic?
Oh, okay, yeah. Right. I mean, I have it on mute so that I can listen to y'all.
Yeah, it's also on TopHat, so it's something in your. Do you have on your desktop audio doubled or something?
Maybe.
I don't think
I
so.
mean.
Otherwise.
I mean, my mic is going into one channel. The desktop audio is filtering not only you guys but also the game volume. So maybe that's it. Hang on. Let me try to change voice chat. Why is it not doing anything? I'm trying to. Oh, all right. Desktop audio, record tracks. Oh.
Someone said Piffle's mic sounds like the Wisp announcers from Sonic Colors. Hold on, wait. Laser!
All right. How?
Hair goes blue. Call her Sonic's irrelevant cousin. You mean Madeline?
All right. How does that sound?
Let me hear it.
Let's see. It's still happening.
I don't even know anymore.
It sounds a little alright.
Stream track or current tracks. I'm still figuring out all this whole audio thing. Like, I really need to like look up some online tutorials to stop echo or anything.
Hey, wait. So you added the thing, or you have the thing for the game audio specifically, right?
Yeah, that's being funneled through my laptop speakers.
Can you... Okay, wait. Try muting it. Try muting the game audio for a second.
Okay. Let me go into my settings. Trying. Okay.
I love Echo, guys. But don't you love Echo, the dolphin? For the PS1?
Oh god, don't remind me of that game, please, no.
Alright.
No, you should play more Echo the Dolphin, guys.
Wait, no. After all the stress I've been through with that game, no. I don't want to play no more Echo the Dolphin.
Also, Selena, there is no one named Jake here.
Alright, let me try.
Jake and the Neverland Pirates.
Alright, I have turned off the game audio. How does that sound?
Let's see. Is my echo? Is the echo just linked to, like...
I don't hear the echo in the stream.
No, there's still echo, so it's not the game audio. You only have one channel for your desktop audio, right?
Okay,
yeah.
I'll take it back.
Mute that, I guess? We'll see how that goes.
What? Just mute the...
I just want to see this Piffle's Jabonyon. That's the best one you guys have done so far. It is not on my end, and it's because it's clearly happening with TopHat.
Okay, I have two desktop audios, so maybe if I funnel...
Yeah, mute one of them. That's the problem.
Alright. Funnel... I had one of them muted, so let me try Alright. Both... one...
Remove it?
Hang on. Let me, properties...
It did not fix those.
This is so irritating. I just want to have a good stream. We had a good stream at first.
We're still having a good stream.
Alright, let's see. Maybe if I'm gonna see if I can delete this other desktop audio. Remove.
That should fix it.
Alright, how does that sound? Does that sound any good?
Okay, wait, hold on. What is happening? Why?
There's still an echo?
Yeah.
It's not as dramatic as before, but like...
Maybe if I just turn down the desktop audio even more, maybe that'll reduce it. Maybe it's just too loud.
That'll just make us quieter.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's that specific audio channel. It's just echoing for absolutely no reason.
Okay. I'm not dealing with this anymore. This is...
Okay, wait. Last idea. Take a new desktop audio and then remove this current one.
Okay.
That is my last idea. If not, there was something happening on your end. You're gonna have to figure that out stream.
Okay,
I'm not using auto-tune, guys!
He is! He is!
Guys, TopHat is... If I'm using auto-tune, TopHat's using the exact same one.
No, I'm not, wait.
Plus, then Tony would hear it in call.
Maybe...
Garfield, we haven't changed anything yet. It can't sound worse.
How do I add another one? I'm trying to figure this out.
Someone said Tony, opinion on piracy in the gaming space.
You're her fiddle-dee-dee, being a pirate is sucky to be. Do what you want cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Oh, it's our piracy is no party. I'm fed up with this. We need to actually get with the stream subject. I'll figure it out some other time. I'm sorry, guys. You'll just have to deal with it.
Wow, Tony. Anyways,
so like I was saying, so when I was watching the fight, right, I had like a feeling that Blaze is gonna lose because you know how like in DC, like I know there's like many like universes in DC, but their power scaling is like really off the charts unless like it's the character that they choose for the fight.
You earned reward points, Tony.
Ignore that.
You earned them though.
Only for buying stuff, which I don't get.
No, you earned them because you made that jump. I like to imagine that.
It takes a long time to earn them points.
Yeah, exactly. Tony, you should be celebrating.
Yay! I earned some points. I don't even know what they're for. Whoop-de-friggin'-do.
Someone said that we all think Indie Cross episode 2. Indeed.
Alright, to answer this question that he's been asking all stream, basically, yes, I saw episode 2. It was really fire, but I'm not going to live react to it because I've already watched it. In fact, I don't think I'm going to live react to any episodes before the final one. That way the final one can be actually more special, at least in this channel's regard.
Speaking, or just on that topic, do you wanna hurt their brains yet, Tony?
Let's nudge them into it with a question. Out of all the indie games that have not made it into Indie Cross yet, what is your guys' most wanted currently? Like, what indie game do you want to be featured in Indie Cross currently?
Is it an issue on Piffle's side? Guys, it's not an issue on my side. My side is fine. Especially in call, we can't hear like the echo of each other. So.
Someone says 6 for Nightmares.
6 from Little Nightmares, that'd be a good one.
Also, Selena, there's no one named Luke here.
For me, I was thinking one from Guacamelee because I enjoyed that game.
Like, yeah, Guacamelee exists!
Yes.
I remember Joshscorcher, not Joshscorcher, Green Scorpion. Green Scorpion talking about that game. He really likes it, and and that would probably make him very happy.
I told, what's it called? Someone said, I don't think you guys have heard of this indie game, but I want Super Mario Indie Cross. Caden's from Crypt of the Necrodancer. Caden's from Rift of the Necrodancer.
Nah, Crypt and Rift are canon to each other, so...
I just really want the Celeste crossover to be canon before they fight.
You know what I think are really good picks? I would say either the Alien Hominid or the Castle Crashers.
Them.
I'm making a video about the Behemoth games, by the way.
I have
these from Goody Little Show Shoes, or the two. No, that's Show. Goody Little Two Shoes. Oh, is that one game where like
She can't fight, I don't think. Hold on, if this is the game I think you're talking about, Moon, she can't fight, oh god.
But, if you want my most wanted
Never mind, not the game I thought you were talking about.
Okay.
Elena says, "Who's the guy right by Piffle?" It's just me, TopHat. But I mean, like, my OC is Jason, so you can call me either TopHat or Jason.
Yeah, Top.
Fine.
I'm just calling you TopHat because that's your Discord username. But cool. We got Jason in here. Jason and the Argonauts fame.
Why is it? Selena, why do you go like frame 1 whenever anyone new is in stream to ask them about total drama and total drama questions?
She must be a really big total drama nerd and just wants anyone to talk to about total drama.
Yeah, I mean, if I recall, for like the previous Celeste stream, I think someone did talk about that with Pearl.
To be serious, I would pick that character who is pitted against the Knight from Hollow Knight. Oh, Hornet?
Ori from Ori in the Blind Forest and Ori in the Will of the Wisps.
No, it's the character who's pitted against Hollow Knight in Hollow Knight, which is Hornet. Not Ori. Where did you get Ori from?
I mean, I thought it was just like the one character that's pitted against the Knight, generally speaking.
No, we're not talking like Death Battle. We're talking Indie Cross right now.
Oh. Well, either way, Hornet would be nice to see, but I don't think they're gonna do, well, aside from the shopkeeper, you're from Shovel Knight, I don't think they're gonna do multiple representatives from a single game, unless it's like a NPC, like the shopkeeper.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Chat, do you want to settle one of the many disputes that me and Tony have had?
Hold on. I want to say my most wanted currently. I have many that I would really like to see, but believe it or not, I think my most wanted has become Gaia from After Us, purely because I really like that game and it has no chance of getting in.
I for one really wanted Ninjin from Ninjin Clash of Carrots or Akai as like a duo, because I think that they fit. I think that they're really goofy, but can also hold their own considering that the weapons that they do use. In general, it's such an interesting game.
Okay. Alright, let's try it. Okay, we've jabbered enough. Time to drive the chat insane. So, Flowey versus the princess. Flowey from Undertale versus the princess from Slay the Princess. Who wins?
Oh god. I've said this before. I've said this on my account. The princess. Especially after going through the entire game. The princess.
Toby's heading to bed. So, good night, Toby. Thanks for coming to the stream.
Okay, the princess is from a game called Slay the Princess. The entire point of Slay the Princess is that
you gotta slay the princess.
Yeah, you have to slay the princess, but every single route that you do basically ends up in either you getting killed or you kill the princess and then go back because she kinda can't die. Basically she just exists. She exists, collects the multiple deaths of herself from the multiverse, and then just kind of is like she's essentially creation and destruction. The concept of that. And as soon as Tony pitched that to me, I was like, how does Flowey win here?
You can't
destroy creation, and you can't like this. You can't destroy destruction. Then you're not destroying anything. And I ran into it more because I was like, you know what? This seems a little odd here. And then I realized that she can transcend universes. Like she can do it casually. Literally just open the hole and can transcend that. So I was like, destroy all the universes that Flowey wants. She like exists in more. You can't really do it.
Well, here's the thing about Flowey. If you include Azrael in this discussion and you include like God of Hyper Death form, then he has the Hyper Goner, and that doesn't just like destroy multiple timelines and universes in those timelines. It literally affects the files of the game itself. So if he found the princess's file and sucked that in, what's gonna happen to the princess?
She's not like this.
Does she like transcend her own files?
Really, the princess is not like a final reading thing. But like, let's say for any other matchup with Flowey, is the main goal of that Flowey going and deleting base characters' file?
I forgot that Flowey had the ability to, mess with one's files. I forgot about that. I've been looking at Undertale for a long time, so I was sorry about that. But yeah.
Plus, we also need to be aware of this is in universe, Flowey has really only manipulated the things of his own game. So when you put them into a neutral environment, there is nothing proving that Flowey can just do that to other things. So it's really, and when Tommy thought I was playing bias for that, and I was like, no, it's just there's never been proof of them doing that outside of their own universe.
It's basically a Monica situation.
When you have a character that's not that inherently, if you put Flowey against Monica, sure, but the princess is not file based. Slay the Princess is not a file based game as much as Doki Doki Literature Club would be. So
yeah.
Don't really. So it's kind of. I don't know. It's kind of dumb when you really think about it. Because again, I just need to reiterate. There's never been proof of Flowey manipulating files that aren't his files, or the files of his own game. And again, Slay the Princess is not a file-based game. So it's really weird when we have to talk about that from a in-universe standpoint.
Honestly, I looked at the whole reason Piffle even knows about this matchup is because I saw the Death Battle cast on it, and what they concluded is that at best the fight would probably be a stalemate because Flowey can keep coming back from the dead and become this immortal being with all the souls in the underground, and the princess just has no way to be killed beyond conceptual erasure.
Yeah, and even then, the only reason, and what's it called? I had to look into it. The only reason that she technically dies in the game is because when you do eventually slay her, not only does she have to, physically let you in and then let you stab her, but she doesn't even technically die there. She just kind of exists within the soul of the main character.
But what happens when Flowey doesn't have a soul?
Yeah, he doesn't have a soul. So if Flowey even tried, the princess not only still lives on throughout something else, but Flowey is just conceptually dead.
But here's another thing. If we include Azriel's best form, like the fight in the final boss, the big angel demonic form he takes. If he takes that form, the princess is not going to be able to move or do anything. Because that's what happens during the fight. He's literally able to make the player immobile. They can't do anything.
One of the princess's forms can also do that.
So it's just a staring contest, basically.
Shut down. One of the princess's forms just literally shut down their entire being. Starting from especially going immediately for the vital organs. The main character, I think the only reason they stay alive is because one of their past deaths
literally has to rehabilitate their entire body. Flowey would literally to be able to counter that, Flowey would have to die.
And then respawn through a save point.
Which, in a death battle, no.
Because there's no mercy in death battle.
No, when you die in death battle, you die.
Unless you can come back from the dead.
Unless you can come back from the dead. Flowey doesn't really come back from the dead.
Yes, he does. He has his own save point. He literally describes himself as having a save point like Frisk, and it's canon. Like, it's not just a gameplay mechanic.
Right, when he saves, he's going back. It's not like a respawn, he's just going back to a previous point in time, basically.
Yeah, at the start of the fight, with the knowledge he's gained from previous encounters.
With the knowledge that he gained from the fight, but he still wouldn't be able to, he still wouldn't be able to get through that, because again, it was a literal separate entity inside of the main character's head that made them keep going from that. The person could literally get him into a worse stalemate by just shutting him down as a flower.
What about Azrael, with all those souls inside of him?
I mean, the literal, creator, basically, of, the princess, the narrator himself, was completely void to do basically anything himself to take care of the princess. So, and again, was the one who conceptualized the entire being of their universe in general. I don't know if the souls really go past that.
Well, Garfield said Flower can survive death because he has stated this, but this is either a stalemate or the princess wins.
Right, but it's not death we're talking about, it's literal erasure. Flowey as a concept will not exist if the princess is the princess.
This is a type of conversation proves that Undertale power scaling is bullshit.
Yeah, Undertale scaling is kind of bullshit, but here's the thing, again, it's not dead. Flowey, when erased, is not dead. He's not a physical, manifestation. He's not a concept anymore.
Can we please move on? My brain is starting to hurt.
As a concept.
My brain is starting to hurt now. Can we please move on to something more tame? Like, the Minecraft movie!
Flint and Steel. Bucket release! Chicken jockey! The Nether.
Okay. Since we've diverted the subject, how many of you have actually seen the Minecraft movie? Both of you in chat, both of you in the call too. Have you seen a Minecraft movie?
No, I've seen it, but only in a pirate website. But the thing, the Minecraft movie I saw, it's the entire movie, don't get me wrong, but there are some clips that look like it didn't go past, the production stages. I mean, it's a finished movie still, but some of the VFX, it just looks a little off, and that, some of the characters, they made the CG characters, they're not, in the finished product form, so.
What I kind of found, dumb about making online criticisms of the Minecraft movie, what I really found dumb was when people were like, oh, well, why is Minecraft why is the Minecraft movie a comedy? Minecraft is all just about it's all about this vast world, and you're supposed to be exploring it, and it's supposed to be really chill and tame, and it is a Minecraft movie for a very good reason. They don't like Minecraft in general, even story mode. They do not like putting an actual story to their things. It is interpretations of a story.
Okay, a lot of the people in the chat are saying that they haven't seen it, but they have heard about the theater discussion, and that's what I want to get into.
Yeah, I posted that in the other server, if you recall.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a different story. People are stupid in general. The same thing happened with like Rise of Gru.
No, but here's the thing. There is a clear difference between dressing up with your buds in suits to go see the Rise of Gru and calling yourselves the Gentle Minions. That's funny. That is a harmless joke between friends. It only really becomes kind of an issue when you have groups of people doing the exact same thing. But with the Minecraft movie, if you are going to cause chaos by throwing your concessions everywhere, yelling, screaming, fighting each other, and bringing in a fucking live chicken into the theater somehow, I don't even know how you would get that in there. Would you bring like a duffel bag and stuffed it in there?
I really feel bad for that chicken. He's probably suffocating inside that bag all that time.
Ugh.
Yeah, it is worse. I'm just saying, like, this is like the last. This is like Rise of Gru was the last time that something on that kind of level happened.
Yeah, and even then, that's tame compared to all of this. Like, what is so funny about Jack Black saying chicken jerky that you weren't bringing in a fucking chicken?
It's, you know, people just like Jack Black as an actor, and generally him saying things is awesome.
Yeah, I like him too, but not enough to where I want to destroy the theater.
I know.
Okay, wait, someone said, Dark Corner said, I love the fact that people are saying, oh, it's just harmless fun, when people do fireworks and even straight up attack workers. Really reminds me how bad I feel for everyone who works there.
People set off actual fireworks when Flint and Steel was set by Jack Black. That happened.
God. Also, Selena's asking me, what's called, Slay the Princess question, saying, can you dance with the princess? No. Most of the time, she just kills you. The other times she doesn't, she, like, possesses you, or just is, basic cardboard cut.
Like, the kind of people that did all that stuff, they did it for clicks and nothing more, and personally, those are the kind of people that if I met in real life, I would either have some choice words with my fists.
You know what, I brought this conversation up with my other brother, and we had like a full-on rant, like, talking about, like, you know, like, people are wrong, and, like, my brother agreed that, like, you know, what they did was wrong, but they did it anyway because of, like, memes, and I get that, but they still have no right to act like that in the theater, bro.
I glanced over at my phone to skip an ad that played on the stream. I just want to keep...
Wow. Wow, Tony. I can't believe you were trying to get money. How dare you.
Hey, it's the reason... Hey, all YouTubers rely on ads for for a majority of their revenue. Super chats and donations...
That's why I said, wow, Tony, how dare you get money? Also, somebody said, with that said, the movie is a 6.5 out of 10. In my opinion, just turn off your brain and have a good time. Yeah. To be fair, I think, from what I've seen, I actually think it's pretty charming. Again, people that go into this and think like, oh, this should be the most accurate representation of Minecraft ever to ever exist, are stupid.
Personally, I would... One of these days, I want to do a whole video game movie ranking one of these days, and watch through, like, every single video game movie and rank them. Not on stream or anything, but, like, as a video. And, honestly, with all the insanity surrounding the Minecraft movie, I'm half tempted to just rank it at the bottom out of spite for those people. And normally I don't let, like, external issues surrounding movies or games bother me, but this is a case where people are literally getting arrested and causing chaos in the theater just for the sake of a meme.
Somebody said, hi, I'm new here, Goldens. Yes, we are getting Goldens.
Hello, new viewer, welcome to the stream. We are currently ranting about a Minecraft movie. Have you seen it? If so, I pity you.
Everyone said the Minecraft movie sucked. Its writing was genuinely really bad, but I do think it's funny, don't get me wrong. But they could have done so much better even with the version they had made. Again, I think it's an interpretation. If the interpretation is for you, sure. But I don't know. Until I see it, I don't really want to say it's genuinely bad.
So about that comment that someone said, like, what was it? Like, wait, what did you say, Piffle? That someone said that, like, Minecraft is not comedic, but I would counterpoint that statement because have they seen, like, the game trailers for the game?
Yeah, because they referenced the really this wasn't in the comment, but it was just something I saw. In a video, but they referenced the old like Minecraft trailers. Like, yeah, look what Minecraft is now.
Oh, I will say, I saw the Technoblade, the Technoblade tribute, and that was genuinely nice of them to do.
Yeah. I almost shed a tear, honestly. Don't, for real, like, I'm not playing. Like, I almost shed a tear seeing that.
I never knew Technoblade very much, but for those who did, I'm sure that was a beautiful moment for them to do.
He's lying. Tony Sonic actually had direct contact with Technoblade when he was alive.
I don't want to even joke about that because I know the Technoblade was very special to a lot of people, and I don't even want to really joke about that.
It's not right. The people who Technoblade is really special to, they make it they like jokes. As long as you're not literally disrespecting his death, which I'm not.
So it's a good request reason for this flowing. Okay,
no, there's no connection there.
Aside from their names starting with the letter F, no.
Okay, pretty much, if Flowers are talking shit to Frieza, the Frieza would just, like, death finger right off the bat towards Flowing.
Manuel Morales just said, what are your thoughts on title card? I mean Invincible. As someone who's watched Invincible and loved it, that is the best joke ever made.
It's brilliant. It's
brilliant. Title cards? I like title cards when they're done well.
There's a thing in Invincible when the first time anyone says his name in an episode and plays a title card. That's what that means. Also, Garthorn just said Technoblade was the last good Minecraft YouTuber the second he died. The entire Minecraft community has been nothing but really bad. I'm gonna point you immediately to what Bendy said, which is there's Stampy. And
don't forget Dan Chitty and
Dan's awesome. I don't know what you're on about. Dan's awesome.
And Captain Sparkles, don't forget about that. I mean, even though he left, you can't forget about Captain Sparkles.
So we back in the mines.
Yeah, I was laughing when they played that song. It wasn't the one that Captain Sparkles made, which is the fan one, but I was laughing when they actually had the song.
Okay, I will say this. I am gonna say this. Technoblade dying being like basically the death of good Minecraft YouTubers kind of feels like the equivalent to feels like the equivalent to when MatPat retired, FNAF theorists just went ballistic. Like the moment, like Theorist wasn't exactly a good place when MatPat was in business, but it was still a fun place to express your ideas. But the moment he retired, every theorist that discusses FNAF lore just comes out with the wildest of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I think even
it was really like Stampy retiring was like a big point in it. But I think even then again Dan is still going. Mm-hmm. So okay, that's true. I just mean in general. Other than the Minecraft Legends, the Minecraft community is really bad, in my opinion. Yeah, to be fair. Moon said Aphmau's still kind of good.
I mean, no offense, Moon, but I don't really like Aphmau that much because all she do is just like like yell all the time in her videos. Like no offense to them. I'm sorry.
Or like Aphmau, I think Aphmau herself is fine. Her friends really got to me.
They keep grinding my freaking gears.
I don't know. It seems like they like most of her friends kind of fall into the same archetype, or fall into like basic archetypes, and it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
Of like in video format of just like edgy guy who likes nice girl, literal or random fucking bullshit go. At least that's to me.
I would rather watch It's Funny over Apple.
Oh no. No.
There's something else I wanted to discuss. So that next time for the fiery fan fight, Sidon versus Undyne. You said you think Sidon wins. Tell me why.
I did not.
You did?
I said I think Undyne wins. I just like Sidon.
Oh, I must have misheard you then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of questionable because like wait, well,
somebody just said as a Piffle I yearn for the treatment.
Okay, that was a legitimately funny meme for a second.
Oh yeah,
that
goes along with that ugly Metal Sonic plush toy as well.
But yeah, going back to what I was talking about, I think Undyne wins, and not just because I'm an Undertale fan, and I do think it's actually pretty closer like in base forms, but like when you include Undyne the Undying, it really then depends on how you scale her.
Yeah, like everyone else says, like between us in the chat, like underscale. I just say underscale. Undertale's power scaling is bullshit.
No, we should come up with a new versus term, underscaling. Specifically for Undertale characters.
I'm gonna be like completely honest, besides like the princess, because the princess actually has a decent shot of winning or stalemate, I think that Undertale scaring hot take is very boring.
Yeah, I mean, and really it all stems from Azrael, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's like, oh, cool. Azrael is fighting other major characters. Cool. Azrael wins. What a surprise! I do not give a shit about Azrael matchups. I don't give a shit about Sans matchups because it's literally if he gets touched by a feather, he's dead.
Wait, pause real quick. Yeah, Pearl's in the chat. He says, "Hope the stream is going well."
Oh, hi, Pearl.
Yeah, but while on the subject of Sans, some people have genuinely argued that Sans is like low multiversal based on a statement that Flowey says in a potential ending where Flowey mentions that that Sans has caused him a fair share of resets. But they're assuming that when he says that, he means that Sans fought him as Omega Flowey. But that's not proven. It's just an offhand statement that could imply it. That's too early. But it's not likely that Sans fought Omega Flowey, especially considering how Flowey behaves when he first transforms. He's like, "Ooh, it's been a while since I last had a soul inside me."
Also, it's like, I think that Undying and Dying is another kind of boring one because it's like, okay, cool. I really love a character that doesn't die via determination.
I mean, technically she can only, like, really defy death once into Undyne the Undying, and when you kill her in that form, she actually does die.
Right. But it's like, it's like most characters in Undertale are either stupidly powerful or stupidly weak.
Garthorn says it's probably due to Flowey's multiple timelines where he kills everyone, to which Sans fights probably similar to the fight we have with him. Yeah, but that feels more speculation based than anything.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's like, so, really...
Jack in the Discord said, hope y'all having a great stream.
Oh. We're having an okay stream so far. I mean, we had a great start, but then we had some audio issues, but now we're just kind of talking while I'm doing this.
Yeah, it's like I do not... As much as I get on these streams and I joke about how Piffle could, like, solo literal god himself, I genuinely hate when there is a actual matchup when it's with, like, hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby levels of shit. And Undertale is a magnet for those.
Honestly, the fairest matchup I've seen for an Undertale character is, ironically enough, Sans versus the Judge. And it's purely because the game Off, where Judge originates from, has some weird scaling too, and the Judge has like some status effects that could put an end to Sans. But like even then, there's arguments that Sans could keep Judge at bay long enough to kill him.
I forgot all about Judge.
My Judge?
Man, Judge was a really interesting game, especially with the art style.
Off, you mean? Judge is a character in Off.
Yeah, I know. I said Off, but yeah, like this YouTuber Nitro Rat, like he was my introduction to the surreal indie RPGs, like Omori and Hylix. Especially Hylix.
Honestly, I said coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb is peak, though. I mean, actual coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb is really funny, but like, it's again the point I'm making is it's super anticlimactic. I don't care that Azrael wins for 27 billionth time because his solo attacks actually just transcend universes. I do not give a shit.
I will say, on the subject of like indie RPGs, one of these days I want to make a live stream series of playing through. I wasn't paying attention. I ran out of stamina. One of these days I want to stream through an entire indie RPG that I haven't played before on stream, because there are plenty I want to check out, and some I might not be brave enough to do. But I would be open for that. What do you guys think? Would you be open for a live stream series? Of me just streaming an indie RPG. I mean, I already plan to do so with Undertale for the 10th anniversary, but aside from that... Yeah. And for the record, the might not be brave enough to do statement is specifically in regard to Omori.
Okay, from the sound of it, I think chat just wants you to play more indie games.
Been playing Hyper Light Drifter, so yeah, I would like that. Recommend that game in particular. I would like to play Hyper Light Drifter.
Drifter is a very weird game when it comes to telling you what you need to do. I started playing it and I was just exploring, and I have no idea where the game wants me to go.
That could be for any other game.
Yeah, but or you at least have an objective or something like that. That's also a game that doesn't tell you anything, but it shows you really well what you're supposed to do. Hyper Light Drifter, you wake up, you gotta walk.
Wait, Selena's Kitchen says, "Hey TopHat, do you watch This Venture Camp?" I don't know what that is.
Unfortunately, I don't think you're gonna get much out of This Venture Camp and Total Drama fans out of these streams, because unfortunately we don't watch that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Total Drama as a kid. I don't watch it I haven't seen it for many years.
It seems since you ask these questions every stream, it kind of seems like you come to these streams to ask questions about these specific things, like Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z, This Adventure Camp, and Total Drama. This is definitely not the stream to talk about that. If we ever do the Dragon Ball stream, or This Adventure Camp stream or something like that, then you could, but you just keep asking us these questions and we cannot answer them. If you want us to answer the questions, come to a stream where we genuinely are talking about that thing. Then we can answer them. But until then, please not.
I'm sorry, Selena's Kitchen. As much as I would love answering questions from you guys, I have a whole yearly Christmas Eve Q&A made for that. But as much as I love answering questions, it really sucks that I can't answer every question you guys have. I'm just not. I can't consume every type of media, especially ones I don't want to consume. You know, it's not a matter of hating you particularly for asking questions. It's just that we can't answer what we don't know.
Right. Also, simply, I remember. Sorry, because this got buried a while back, Simply Mark, but Simply Mark asked if I was getting a Switch too. Yeah.
Yeah, he also asked, any thoughts on the Switch 2?
Okay. I've seen multiple viewpoints. Some positive, some negative, some understanding, but still not liking it. But, I think overall, with the gaming landscape unfortunately evolving, and with everything they've had to deal with and everything the Switch 2 is offering, I think that maybe one day, when I have the proper funds and I have the proper motivation to buy it, I will buy the Switch 2. But I am not buying it for Mario Kart World. It will be for DK Bonanza and any other game that looks interesting.
Yes. Also, me and Tony had a very long discussion about his redesign.
Oh.
Not a very long one, but I was like, hey Tony, I really like the it's more of a D design because it's back to his original look mixed in with the new look. And honestly, I think it makes for a way more expressive model. Now that I have to look back on the old model, the brow really limits a lot of the expression that normal DK could do. The most expression that he could do, especially in games like Mario Kart, was just gritting his teeth.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like the redesign is a little too goofy because it removes a lot of the edge DK had. This
not like that, but it completely removes the last remnant of Rare. Keep that in mind.
It's not because the other Rare designs are still sticking around.
I mean, yeah.
Cranky Kong is still Rare Cranky Kong.
But in terms of Donkey, that's where they still respect Rare in terms of his design for Donkey Kong.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing of it. I do not like the idea that DK's model needs to just be the same, especially when the other models are evolving, and especially in that case. When you limit his expression more, while the other cast is getting more expression, you in general just limit him as a character.
I understand that, and obviously character designs have to evolve unless you're Sonic, but there is a wrong way to redesign a character.
I think, especially because I think the things that they did enhance for DK are really great, because not only is he more expressive, right? He also has a bigger build now, which fits in a lot more for the entire purpose of DK Bonanza, where you're smashing through walls. Can you imagine that with Donkey Kong's really slim looking arms that he had in the previous games?
I mean, they weren't that slim.
They weren't that slim, but especially from artist standpoint. Trust me, the old model, or at least what the core attributes that old model had, would be god awful for this. Because what it does from an artist standpoint, when you have a big, strong character, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to make them. You want to make their fists at least proportional to what they can do.
Unless you're Saitama.
Again, I was literally about to get to this. You're cutting me off before I get to my point. For Mash and Saitama, for characters like that, where they're obviously sleeper builds, but they're really strong. Their entire point of their character is that when you have a character like Donkey Kong, whose whole point is that he's just big and strong, not that he's a sleeper build, or anything like that. There's no reference to that or anything. Why are you going to have him have what is essentially noodle arms to what he is doing?
I don't think Donkey Kong's ever had, like, noodle arms, particularly.
Okay, I'm saying relative to the newer model, and especially what he does in DK Bonanza. Relative to the actual holes that he punches in DK Bonanza, it looks garbage.
I mean, I guess the redesign is really just a Rorschach test. You'll see what you want to see.
No, it's not that. It is literally like, this is a design. These are design things that, like, you're a fellow artist. TopHat, you're a fellow artist. You get what I'm trying to say here. You design a character based on what they do, or how they exist. For example, Sonic is really slim because he's really fast. Like his entire design is really small, slim.
Yeah, his quills, you know,
his quills move back. But Knuckles, his design is really around his fists and stuff. Did we just get more fan art?
I think we did. I just saw a notification on my phone from Dark Soul Fox. Hang on, well, we'll check it out. Alright, let me go to YouTube. I'm gonna check it out from Dark Soul Fox. My notifications. Let's see what Dark Soul cooked up this time.
Ooh. I can't wait to see.
Another sketch for the Tony Sonic, Piffle, Neo, and Company. It's unfinished, but I'm not in the mood to color them all. Sorry. Dark Me, Speed Knight, and Dark Speed Knight. Piffle D, and others that that's the name. Let's, ooh, this looks really good. Really good. Hang on, let me,
Wait, actually, hold on.
Let me try to share it in, the, call.
Also, Bendy said, you remember that one Sonic redesign video? You know the one? Are you talking about the one where they, like, make Sonic have a backpack? Because they want to redesign the entirety of how Sonic works as a genre? Well,
that's his name. Dark Souls, it's TopHat, but my OC is Jason, so you can just,
Look at this, chat! Isn't this cute? I love these Kirby designs that you keep coming up with. I mean, there's Dark Soul Fox, there's me, there's DT, there's Piffle D, there's, which one is that? Others? That one's Jason?
Yeah, I'm looking, I is the bottom right. The bottom right.
Oh, Jason's over here. Sorry. I don't know who this is then. This is X-Freds, obviously, and this is Moon.
So my hair is. I mean, my hair's not like slim, like back like that. It's kind of like more a little upwards.
Well, yeah, Kirby design is definitely. This fits in right to my point. When you have to right into my point of design the character of how they can't. When you have a round design, you can't. Inherently looks really weird when you have them have straight up hair. It doesn't compete that way. So instead you have those spikes rounded out on the back of their head.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is cool. This is cool. I love the fan art. I'm always appreciative.
It's pretty nice.
The bottom left was the blue flurry change guy. What was his name actually?
That's Puro.
Oh, Puro. Oh, Puro. That makes sense actually. That makes sense.
Okay. But anyways, like I was saying, again, as an artist, what you do is, especially when you have a more especially when you're going for a more cartoony style that Donkey Kong goes for, because especially with the again, let's put into perspective that we had Donkey Kong Country Returns and then Tropical Freeze. Donkey Kong isn't really that itchy anymore. Instead, he's still really goofy. The entire plot of Returns is that he's too stupid to be affected by the main bad guys.
I mean, that is goofy, but I don't know. I feel like you know those button mashing sequences in Tropical Freeze and Returns, where at the end of every boss fight, DK just lays the banana slammer on the bad guys. I feel like that's not going to be as effective with the new design, because like with the more serious design, like, and it looked like DK was like really putting in all of his effort to like just smash their faces in. With this new design, I don't know, there's something too cute about him just lunging forward at those kind of punches.
I can't wait for DK to slam.
I do not see that. Especially like again with the increased like farm density, that's gonna make it feel more impactful. Honestly,
I will say,
obviously, like laying the banana slam on them is gonna look inherently different. It's not that he looks more cutesy, is that he looks more dopey. It is literally like showing first and foremost, like, hey, he's a dumbass, which the old design kinda showed, but it was more so because his one expression was dumbass. Give him now he has a range of dumbass.
Yeah, I guess, but I will say this: I don't like the overalls. I will never like the overalls. You cannot make me like the overalls.
No, wait. Okay, why do you look so cursed on him? Okay, not too cursed still.
I'm gonna reiterate this because there was a literal showing in the Treehouse Direct that there is a style show.
Okay, good. We can actually put him in different outfits. Thank goodness.
Yeah, they're pretty much going to the Mario Odyssey route for
you literally start basically pretty sure without the overalls.
All right, how long have we been streaming for? We've been streaming for.
But you can change them off.
Okay, we've been doing this for 2.5 hours. I want to change it up the level this time because we've been at this for a while. But before I do start a different level, just to change it up. Sheesh, look at those lives. Deaths rack up. I want to put a poll in the chats for the next live stream. Because I am I really want to do something different for the next live stream, but I have no idea what game I want to really do. So I'm going to instead make a poll to decide which game you guys would want to see most currently. Your options are and let me get the poll actually started. Which game should I stream next? Your options currently are Outlast, Still Wakes the Deep, Portal 1 and 2, or hang on, what was the fourth one I wanted to do? I'm trying to think.
Here we are again. It's always such a pleasure. Remember when you tried to kill me twice?
I love that song. But
we laughed and laughed.
This was the trio.
Except I wasn't laughing.
Under the circumstances, I've been shockingly nice.
Oh no, I'm singing a swing cover of it.
Oh.
Funny story, I forget.
I don't think there was another option. I'll just put something else. I don't think.
Right. Wait, hey, Tony.
Okay, here's the poll. Get your votes in. Which one would you want to see?
Something else. Tony, you should totally play Bayonetta.
On stream?
Wait, Tony.
Yes.
Tony.
Okay, if something else does win, then you guys gotta say which one.
Yes. And again, not sipping. You know, no. Bayonetta is looking cute as fuck. I'm not sipping for Bayonetta. because I'm shipping her with Luca.
All right.
You know, wait, Ton. As they call you Tonic.
All right. If it's gonna be tie, if it's gonna tie like this, then I'm gonna flip a coin. Or, well, we'll see. And when we're done with this, when we get done with this level, whether through giving up or.
Okay, wait. Somebody break the tie. There was another vote. Somebody break the tie.
All right.
There's 19 people in here. Somebody break the tie.
I will say this much. If we do Portal 1 and 2, because that seems to be the one that's leading, there might be something special during the stream. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
What?
I'm not going to say what it is. Then it won't be special anymore.
Well, here we are again. I just start singing that every time you die. Here we are again.
It's never been a pleasure.
Remember when you tried to kill me twice?
Or was it the hunt?
The only reason I'm singing it so much is because I literally have to for an event.
Oh, an event? What kind of event?
The type where you go on stage and sing.
Oh, well, that'll be neat.
Guys, shut up about the simp thing. It's not. It's different. I ship. I ship. I don't simp. It's different.
Wait, Tony, have you checked out some of my Heroes lore? I'm curious.
Wait, some of what? Heroes lore?
Oh,
the one that sent you on Discord.
Oh, hang on. Oh, your heroes. I have been really busy, so I haven't been able to examine much of it, but I did take a glance. It actually seems really interesting. I'd have to examine it again further, but it seems like you crafted quite a story for your character.
Yeah, like I said, they made an entire dedicated Heroes lore for like 12 years straight.
Just mention something about Chaos Emerald and he'll be all over it.
I mean, in Heroes lore, I do have like similar magical artifacts that are like the Chaos Emeralds, but they're not really emeralds. They're kind of like Starfires, and it's all 7-4 Starfires. And the way how they work, what?
I said close enough. Tony will be all over it now.
So the key
under the screen like a pulled up tab of the Heroes lore.
Alright.
Oh my god, guys.
The way how Starfires works, right? So yeah, even though there's 7 of them, they don't necessarily function like the Chaos Emeralds, because the thing is, like, when you have like one Sapphire, you can just go super right off the bat.
Someone said reading stream.
A reading stream? Read what?
Read the lore. That's what they're talking about.
Oh yeah.
Oh, read the lore of TopHat's character? I mean, that would only last like an hour, but maybe?
I think it's a joke, mainly. How was my Easter? I barely knew it existed.
You don't celebrate Easter?
Well, I never did for like years, and now I'm like way too old.
That's a shame. I got my Easter basket, though. Well, actually, I didn't get an Easter basket. I got a golden egg.
A golden egg? Are you sure it didn't have leaves on top of it? That would make it a strawberry.
No, all the leaves it might have had, all the feathers it might have had, which could be mistaken for leaves, were picked away.
Feathers? Like, no feathers in this game? Or are they gonna fly away?
No. Unless it was a golden goose that... Wait, Yeah, the golden goose lays the golden eggs, and there are golden feathers in this game, so yeah, like those feathers.
Hardhead donated.
Oh, he did? Hang on. Oh, he just donated. Thank you. Thank you very much for the $1 super chat. Thank you so much. I need to... Let me heart that.
Anime says, as a TopHat, I yearn for the PNG treatment.
You need to, like, remove the background of, like, that in like, a full...
After the stream, I'll send you my OC's PNG picture, okay?
Yeah,
I mean, I sent you the link to the site that we use. You have to fill it out on your end, Jason.
Yeah, it's not...
For me?
Yeah. Just check your DMs.
Oh, reactive... Okay,
yeah.
What's this? Oh, okay.
Log in with your Discord and then you can change it.
Okay,
Benji said I spent my Easter at church because Alice dragged me there.
That's... I mean, she is an angel.
Okay, so, where do I go to? Models?
Yeah.
Yeah. You just click on your current model, and well, the settings icon on your current model, and you can swap it out with proper renders.
Is that okay? Is that at the OBS sources or?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. It'll automatically change on stream once you do it.
Whoa. Okay.
But while he's doing that, I want to get back to Indie Cross for like the future and what indie games could be added. First of all, Ultra Kill is getting added. Like we had the V1 teaser at the very end. But I have a feeling that Bendy's gonna show up because, I mean, why wouldn't he? He was in the original mod that kickstarted the whole series.
I mean, yeah, but they did say that they were gonna stray away from that mod.
Yeah, I suppose. But then again, Cuphead is here.
It's there, but I mean, Sans isn't. Risk is there, but not Sans.
I suppose that is true. But still, anything could happen. Like, Bendy could show... If FNAF can show up, Bendy can.
Yeah.
And there was an Untitled Goose Goose cameo.
I'm so glad Sans isn't there. Yeah, same.
I mean, I love Sans, absolutely, but even I can admit that not every major crossover with Undertale needs to have him. You can have some stuff without him once in a while.
Speaking of Indie Cross chat, do you want to hear another one of the Tony Piffle debates? If Springtrap was represented correctly because of one scene.
Hang on, I wasn't done talking just yet.
Oh, sorry.
Before we get into that, I think it would be really cool if other indie games like not just like Pizza Tower and like Spark the Electric Jester or Freedom Planet, but also like some roguelikes like Cult of the Lamb or Enter the Gungeon. Those could...
Oh, Cult of the Lamb is like definitely gonna be in there. I just remembered Enter the Gungeon could be in there.
We should do like Enter the Gungeon because that game, me and my dad looked the hell out of that game.
From my standpoint, there are only a few the playable characters can barely be in, but that's a hard choice. You have the pilot, the marine, the pilot and the marine, the hunter, the convict, the bullet, the robot, the cultist,
the gunslinger.
The gunslinger. Yes.
Who's the most iconic character of the bunch?
Okay, I think
that is hard because they are all of equal value besides the gunslinger, which is the like basically the like he's not the main guy, but like you have to go through a lot to get him. So he marked like the end of the dungeon when you unlock him.
So I think that if Enter the Gungeon was to be represented, they would pick him.
Again, I have no idea because also like when it comes to it, people really like the bullet. The bullet is just very much a Zelda reference. I'm glad One Shot was ever represented in Indie Cross name for Drifter, but yes.
Speaking of One Shot, that's one of the indie RPGs
that Sonic Rush Adventure reference.
Out of my PNG avatar, so what do I do next?
You have to click on it. Make sure it's like active. You have to select it, basically.
Oh, okay, alright.
Hang on, let me see. Oh!
There you go.
There it is. There we go. You're small, but you're here. Alright. Let me move you in a little closer to Piff. And there we go.
I'm like so tiny right now. But wait, I can. Let me crop that. I'm gonna crop it.
No. Hang on. I'm gonna make you bigger, and then I'm gonna put your legs out of sight. Hang on.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's a little better.
Make you a little bit bigger, and there we go. Now you're about relative to the Piffle.
Okay, so
yeah, not bad.
Anyways, with that out of the way,
yes, TopHat being your PNG treatment.
Okay, I just want to ask the question in general. Do you guys think that Springtrap was represented good in Death Battle?
You mean Indie Cross?
Indie Cross. Do you guys think that Springtrap was represented great in Indie Cross? Yes. Mendy says yes. I want to hear all of y'all. Just all of y'all, either yes or no. Because I think he was represented fine. It makes sense to be beat by Gemside Frisk. Yeah.
Here's my thing. I think overall, William Afton was represented well. Overall. I just think that it's a little out of character for someone like him to cower from Genocide Frisk. A child.
And here's where I think differs, because I think that child or not, because it does not, because, okay, let's put this into perspective. Springtrap is a guy in a costume.
An exceptionally powerful guy in a costume, though.
He's an exceptionally powerful guy in a costume, but he is a guy in a costume. Dark Springtrap is the closest thing he has to being, like, really, really powerful. But, like, I mean, not Dark Springtrap, but, like, the thing with, what's it called? The thing with,
I would call him Glitch Trap, but that's taken.
What's the one where he has, like, a bunch of, like, junk on him or whatever?
That's the Afton Amalgamation.
Afton Amalgamation. Afton Amalgamation is really powerful. He is in base form, and he was just shoved through a wall by a child. And Tony's point was like, oh, he's never cowered in front of children before, even dead ones. And I was like, one, they are dead, and two, in that universe, they were normal kids. I don't care what your reasoning is of like, oh, he was never scared of kids before, because a kid never shoved him through a wall and then beat him at a higher force than he's ever comprehended before. He literally sicked the entire entourage of the cast at Frisk, and Frisk lived. I do not believe in any universe, kid or not, that if you looked at that and you were a guy in a suit, very vulnerable by the way, because that suit is not protecting you from shit. I get it. He survived death before. That does not mean you don't cower at that does not mean he doesn't fear it. He does. Like, that is what keeps him alive. The entire point of the Springtrap is that, like, he fears death in general, but also if, again, I don't care who you are, if a child forces you through a wall and then it beats you at, like, omnipotent levels of being able to literally create stuff, what are we talking about here?
Here's what we're talking about. Springtrap is large building level at worst.
A relevant animator said, why was he scared of a child? He's always coming back after all, until his whole gig got Mimic.
Fuck the Mimic, fuck anyone who likes him.
Woody, I know how you feel. I had to say it, but I know how you feel.
Yeah.
Okay, but...
Garfield put it perfectly. It's like, I think it makes sense why Frisk had punched him through a wall. He was fearful and immediately knew the child was not normal. What I'm not saying is that... my point is not, like, Frisk shoving him through a wall would scare him. My point is that he's realizing that Frisk is not a normal child. That's what is making him be like, oh shit.
I think at worst it would surprise him at first, but I would expect him to at least fight back a little more than he did, instead of immediately resorting to, no, please spare me, I can give you, and try bargaining for his life. I think he should have fought more and then resorted to bargaining.
Okay, please. Okay, Tony. I would like to. Now it's like a very now we're having like a very formal discussion about this. How would Springtrap fight? What would Springtrap use to fight Frisk first?
His hands. He's throwing hands. He's gonna grab him and fling him into a wall.
Okay. Did you not remember how Frisk forced him through a wall?
He just punched him. Well, they just punched him. Sorry, gotta be gender neutral here.
Yeah, Frisk.
Garfield says, helping.
Let's say Springtrap grabs Frisk. Remember how you know how G-Force in general works? If Frisk pushes him back with that amount of might, if Springtrap is trying to resist that, it's just gonna cave in his head.
Well, he survived buildings collapsing in on him.
Right. But again...
Yeah, hold that thought, Piffle. Garfield says, I don't think house scaling should be used in Indie Cross. It kind of distances itself from the story and the games itself.
Well, yeah, but still, my point is the point of not a normal child. Take it seriously instead of, man, what's a child gonna do to me? And then he dies. That's stupid.
And my point is that he should have fought back a little more before immediately cowering.
I mean, like, again, his only option was fists. With someone who can clearly throw hands a lot more than he can. So, I'm just logistically speaking, because I'm putting myself in the position of Springtrap. If I'm Springtrap, that just happened to me. I cannot say that my first instinct is get up and try again. That's the definition of insanity.
Well, yeah, but that's also because you know Frisk.
I don't know. I'm putting myself in William's shoes. Garfon said, again, I like how William knew the child was useful as to why he tried to make a deal, and once he became Nightmare, still sought the deal, due to him knowing Frisk now and knowing they were a monster. Not a monster, but like... That's also a really good point. He does have literally two motives for making the deal. Like, he's like realizing, like, fighting ain't gonna work. Fighting ain't gonna work. How about manipulation?
I refuse to say I'm wrong on this debate. I win because I refuse no matter what. But it refused. I'm going with that tactic, but it refused.
But it refused really only works in the context of Undertale.
And I'm one of the biggest Undertale fans currently on YouTube. I made an 1.5 hour long essay for my sister's birthday.
But yeah, at least be civil, Tommy. I respect your opinion. I don't agree with it.
You know what? Let's talk about something else, because this debate is making me angry, and this anger is distracting me.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna make you genuinely angry.
Someone said, wow, but yeah, recently I started playing Twilight Princess.
Oh, cool. That's a really great game. I like Twilight Princess.
Again, sorry.
I mean, I've been wanting to try it for like a long time because, you know, like after I tried Ocarina of Time on Switch Online thing, I've been wanting to like try like the other 3D Zelda games. I think I would kind of try Majora's Mask. I never really caught my attention. I mean, I know everyone says it's good, but I mean, I might try it. But yeah, Twilight Princess on the other hand, that's a game that I've always been curious about because, you know, like there are some people who say who liked it and people say they didn't like it that much. And never mind the fact that people have been asking for like a more realistic Zelda for a long time before it came out. The question says, wait, Tony, sorry. Why don't we talk about which GameCube games we want to come to Switch Online?
What games do I want to come to Switch Online?
GameCube games.
GameCube games. Put Sonic Heroes there. Put Actually, I don't know a ton of GameCube games that aren't already coming to the system. I guess some of the Mario parties would be fun. I need to hang on. I need to take a second and breathe. You know what?
If they had two versions of Mario 64 on the Switch, you know, the one from Nintendo 64 Online and Mario 3D All Stars, to why not Paper Mario 1000 Year Door again?
Because the remake already exists.
What's it called? Tony.
What?
When you just said, like, I have to take a breather, I just imagined our avatar is doing, like, that one meme where it's like, breathe, motherfucker, breathe! You know what I mean?
I don't think I've ever seen that meme, actually.
Could you imagine our avatars doing that, though?
A little bit, yeah.
Specifically me going up to you and just saying, breathe, motherfucker, breathe, but like...
Minus the part where you swear, because apparently on your channel you don't like swearing, yet you come over here and you're swearing like a sailor.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Canonicity is I don't curse on my own channel. And when I do, I have my censoring on.
I will say, I hate to keep going back to indie games, but like, another Crab's Treasure would be really fun to see on Indie Cross.
Yes! 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 Sorry.
I take it Piff really likes Indie Cross. I mean, another Crab's Treasure. Fuck.
Yes. Hold on. Okay. So. God. I know it's not an indie game, but just if I could have any game on like Indie Cross, I just want what? I want easy. I'm a simple man.
Someone asked me, what do I think of One Shot? And I have not played One Shot. Primarily because I'm scared of its central gimmick, One Shot.
I'm pretty sure there's a Legacy Edition that makes it not literally one shot on Steam. What's it called? But yeah. I just, the main reason why, if I had to pick any, you know, that's not a good question. If you had to pick any non-indie game to join Indie Cross, what would it be and why? Which, again, I will stick with PvZ on that one, mainly because I think the humor of the Garden Warfare games would work really, really good in Indie Cross.
You say like non-indie characters?
What if one non-indie game character could get into Indie Cross? What would it be and why?
Okay, that's like a tough question. I gotta like search up some characters. Let's see.
Do I need to say what mine is?
Which one is yours?
You're really gonna make me say it?
Sonic.
Yes, it is Sonic. Who else would it be?
Me.
Bendy says Luigi, just normal old Luigi. Bendy wants Luigi in Indie Cross.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I want a more interesting answer from you, Tony. Any character besides Sonic.
Silver.
Not from the Sonic series. That's what I meant. Oh, Garf wants $72 to help you calm down.
Oh, thank you, Garflorn. Thank you very much for the $2.
Alright. Garflorn says, I want Hank from Madness Combat Project Nexus. Is that really in your... What, or is that like a fan game?
Madness Combat is an animated series made by Newgrounds.
I know that is, but Project Nexus.
I will say Ruby Rose from the Ruby series because
Ruby has games from stuff. She has it.
Yeah.
Technically an indie game.
Yeah, I mean, like, the point is gonna bring us down, like, you know, like, what was it? So before they were even bought by Warner Brothers, you know, Rooster Teeth was like an indie company, and Ruby was an indie series until like they were bought out by Warner Brothers.
I mean, technically.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the same. Technically, kind of like the same story like with Minecraft, because like, you know, it was an indie project until it was bought by Microsoft. So.
But yeah. Oh, Tony, did you answer like for any character besides a Sonic character?
I'm going with Link.
Okay. Sweet.
I like Zelda.
Yeah.
Yay! Oh, you know what? I also recently played Spyro, so I think Spyro will be good as well.
Oh, no, wait, better yet, put Rayman in there. I mean, he's technically indie at this rate.
Yeah, and I think...
What in the fuck? Sorry, hold on. Somebody in chat just said, I want Jesus on indie in quotations nailed on a cross.
As a Christian, I am not going to say anything about that joke.
Why did I read that as, I want Jesus cross?
You let that slide, but please don't do that.
Yeah.
Although if you kept it as just I want Jesus on Indie Cross, that would be really funny. And on the 7th day, Jesus fought the Game Master.
And he won, because he's our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Lord of Cross compels you.
Oh my god. Soldier from TF2 would work? No. Or like, unless or still in the context of like, characters not from an indie game. Like he's like Valve, but I guess, actually you're right. You're right, because we're still on that topic, yeah.
Hang on.
Honestly, Soldier would be really funny, especially next to Sean.
Here's a question. Here's an interesting question. Do you consider FNAF to be indie in its current state?
No.
No?
They used to be indie, but they're no longer indie.
It's kind of like Minecraft in that regard.
Yeah,
yeah, pretty much. Like we have an entire Steel Wool studio. It's not a team; it's a studio now.
Ooh. What about Cave Story representation? Cave Story is like the literal first indie game ever made, so you kind of have to.
I know. I do know that. I never really cared that much about Cave Story.
Sorry? I'm sorry. Okay. Now, yeah, the picture looks familiar. I heard about it but never played it. But the cover art, I've seen it before.
I have no clue on that game. That's what Gar4. I do not consider FNAF to be indie at all, unlike Madness Project Nexus. Sorry, I just love that. Yeah, I mean,
How about some hot take picks? How about this?
Okay.
Can they all beat Goku though?
Shovel Knight could beat Goku. You wanna know why? Because he fought Kratos in his game, and that's canon. He fought Kratos post God of War 3, and Kratos scaling is bonkers.
Sorry, Shovel Knight fought Kratos?
Yes. Shovel Knight fought Kratos.
That?
There is console exclusive DLC for Shovel Knight particularly. Xbox had the Battletoads. I'm not sure what Nintendo Switch got, but I know for a fact that the PlayStation version got Kratos.
I'm sorry, this is a... Hold on.
I didn't Shovel Knight had that.
Yeah, he had that. Shovel Knight had that DLC.
That...
And the game creators have confirmed that God of War, that crossover is canon to God of War.
What? That's real. I cannot fathom that.
You actually looked it up, did you?
Wait.
Okay.
What is the Switch exclusive content?
Hang on, the Nintendo versions have amiibo. That's all. That's what Simply Mark says.
Okay.
Honestly, you're gonna have Battletoads in it because rare.
Other versions. Okay, let's see. Custom Night, usable only in the Shovel Folk campaign. Through the Shovel Knight amiibo. Madame Meeber can summon an ornamental fairy companion.
That's probably a Zelda reference.
It's all four of the main campaigns. It's a different fairy for each amiibo. Spectre, Plague, King Knight. Additional challenges centered on each character. Again, for the... Oh yeah, these are generally like all for the amiibo. Oh wait, no, these are for all versions. 3DS specific. There was like a Street Pass Arena. No. I'm looking for anything else.
I think it's just the amiibo stuff.
Yeah, it's just the amiibo. Blah. Boring.
Yeah, Nintendo Switch got the short end of the stick. Like, you got the actual Battletoads fight in the Xbox version, and you got a Kratos fight in the PlayStation 4 version, but the Nintendo Switch version? Nah, we can't have Shovel Knight go up against Mario or Link or anyone else. Let's just give him amiibo.
Okay. Also, the Battletoads thing is really funny to me. Because, like, when did the Battletoads, like, reboot happen all the way in, like, 2020?
Yeah, 2020. You know, I don't even say this, like, you know how, like, the recent Killer Instinct and Battletoads in Perfect Dark, right? They're getting new games, but they're not even made by Rare.
That's so weird. I mean, Rare doesn't even do much of anything anymore. Like, they do Sea of Thieves and they're working on a new game, but, like, when was the last time you saw any news from them?
I've been waiting on Everwild for, like, years, and they're still stuck with Sea of Thieves.
I mean, Captain Jack Sparrow is cool and all, but...
Yeah, but still, like... Where is Everwild, Rare? Come on.
They're like, it's not... honestly, I don't even think they're like, it's not dead, guys, we swear. They're just like... They're going dark on it, like Skull and Bones.
Uh-huh.
And just recently, I heard rumors that Toys for Bob is interested in making a Banjo-Kazooie game.
They should. They did good with Crash and Spyro. They should do Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, right. That's the last thing I ever wanted for a platformer.
What's it called? Back on like the topic of just like Battletoads in general, I think I'm one of the only people who genuinely thinks that like the like reinstatement of their franchise, like the way they did it, was pretty alright.
I didn't see the reboot, so I can't really comment on it. Nor am I really that much of a Battletoads.
Basically what they do and why people don't like it is because it goes for the like old washed up heroes type vibe. It does it in a slightly more, but like for what's it called? For the fact that these guys have basically literally been irrelevant for years, and the fact that like, and people need to hear this for general like things when people see like, oh, another multiverse story, another like hero, another like washed up hero type story. Do you guys know that like even though one company does a certain type of story, that others can do it? Like yes, sure, you can get tired of seeing it in your media, but like you can't just say like, it's just they want another slice of the pie. It's like, no, they just wanted to take their story in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can get it if you're like seeing so much of it. Like they did it with Banjo-Kazooie 2, and it was much more self-deprecating in that game.
Or Banjo-Kazooie 2?
No, Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts.
Oh yeah,
that game, yeah, because it was.
Even then, it's like Banjo's still allowed to do it. He's still allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that you can't ban Banjo from doing that because some other stories do it. That's stupid. You can say that they didn't do it the way you would like them to, but you can't sit there and say that this was like a wrong approach for the franchise that you do.
Hardhead guy says, dumb fact, there's actually an SMT game on the Game Boy Color and is actually translated to English, unlike many others. Shin Megami Tensei.
Didn't know that.
There is?
Yeah.
Let me search it up. Hold on. Wait, Shin Megami Tensei.
Someone said I forgot about the beginning of the Nuts and Bolts. But yeah, in my humble opinion, in my humble opinion, I really don't think that the Battletoads 2020. I don't think that's a bad way to do what's it called, the washed up here thing, because we literally have not seen these guys in over like a few decades. Yeah. They started in 1991. They got their reboot in 2020.
Is it? Wasn't Battletoads? Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I thought it was before 1991, but yeah, you're right.
Hey Piffle, because your avatar is a robot, have you canonically been hacked? And nobody's ever tried to hack me, first of all, and second of all, I'm not a robot.
Nah, only his hoodie is robotic. Though the recent redesign Jack gave you does look much more robotic.
Oh yeah, because it looks all shiny.
let me preface it for everybody that no, I'm not redesigning Piffle again. It's that Jack made fan art of it.
Yeah, he just made a different interpretation of Piffle's current design. It looks awesome, and I can definitely imagine it in like a Piffle anime.
It looks nice.
Even then, I think in a Piffle anime, I'd actually want to stray away from making Piffle more like that. I want Piffle can stay as the entire appeal of Piffle is the small being the valiant hero type vibe. So I feel like in and of upgrading his design like that, or his base design like that to be more like that, it kind of loses a little bit.
Oh, hey Piffle, what do you think of this?
They are really cool designs. Jack did a really good job.
Yeah.
Also, because your mic doesn't help with proving that your avatar isn't a robot. Yeah, I know. It's not my fault. It's Starfire's. Sorry.
I will say, it is a Q hypothetical, and it honestly reminded me of Power Rangers when I first saw it.
Yeah. But, sorry, what were you saying?
About Jackson's sign, I was thinking of, like, manga, anime, and Netflix adaptation.
Oh. You're right.
I mean, Jack is really into anime.
The only thing I hate about it,
I did. I was like, if you check my channel, I did make, like, you know, a few series of my heroes lore.
Dang it, I got distracted. And I died.
Garfwan just said, Tony, are you enjoying Celeste right now?
Honestly, if I were doing this on my own, I probably wouldn't. But the fact that I'm here with all of you guys and two people in a call to like talk about dumb stuff that we found up one day and have like cool conversations, it actually dulls the pain quite a lot more than you'd think.
Oh,
DB says,
I know we can talk about. First of all, DB, read off. You can read off what DB said.
Okay, so DB says, the one thing I really hate about Nuts and Bolts is the fact designs just kind of stayed for a few years. The reason I say is because the Sonic Sega also releases an Xbox version. Well, I mean, yes and no, because even though Banjo's appearance from Nuts and Bolts appeared in All-Star Racing and Rare Replay on the cover art, that wouldn't be until, you know, Banjo's original design from the N64 duology came to Smash Bros. With the more round design.
Right, but they're saying it did stay for a few years until that redesign.
I don't know, I kind of doubt it because, you know, like, if Rare pay attention, you know, to and feedback, they would realize that, you know, they like the old looks.
Their point is just the fact that it lasted as long, that redesign had to last as long as it did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, until we got to Smash.
I mean, the Nuts and Bolts design was my first introduction to Banjo, because, like, when I played Sonic All-Star Racing Transform, I didn't even know who Banjo... Did I just say Sonic Racing Transform? Okay, when I played Sonic Sega Racing...
Banjo DLC.
That game was my introduction to Banjo-Kazooie, because I thought they were Sega characters until I learned they had their own franchise from a different company. And the Nuts and Bolts design was my introduction, you know, to his design in Nuts and Bolts.
Somebody said, "Hey guys, what's your favorite Mario power-up?" I'm guessing Piffle will probably be the Tanuki Leaf.
Oh,
First of all, like, don't. My point was just to not reference the joke, which is what you were doing, and I would appreciate you not doing that. Second off, you're actually wrong. I love the Tanuki Leaf. I just hate the joke involving my avatar and the Tanuki Leaf because the person who made the joke, I do not associate with anymore.
Yeah, what about the Katsu from 3D World, though?
I like the cat suit, but like I use the Tanuki Leaf more often in that game.
How ironic.
If I had to pick a favorite, Mario power-up, it would probably be the cat suit because I just like it that much.
I don't know. I
would probably say, let's see. He's just like so many power-ups. You know, it would pretty much say, Tanuki suit. Forget it. I think the Tanuki suit is pretty dope.
I love that whenever I make progress in this game, it's immediately destroyed by me getting distracted. I really need to lock in.
You're good. Drill Mushroom. My favorite is the Penguin suit. I like the Cloud Power. Ooh, Cloud Flower is actually a pretty valid take.
I would say my favorites are Tanuki suit and the metal cap.
Somebody says Cape Feather. It gives Mario that extra jerk factor. I'm gonna be 100% with you. I really never felt that. Like, I really never felt anything when it came to the Cape Feather, and then when it really got, like, overshadowed by the Tanuki Leaf, in future games, I was kind of happy.
That and the acorn from New Super Mario Bros.
Remember in the show? Remember in those old cartoon Mario shows where they just called him Super Mario every time he got like any sort of power up?
Oh my god!
It's like I think it's like in the one cutscene in Unleashed, if I recall, we were like Tails refers to Sonic in his supersonic form. It's just like supersonic instead of just Sonic.
But yeah, when it comes to like the Cape Feather in like the grand scheme of things, the acorn now exists, so which I think is a way better take on it because it's just the overall gliding factor, and then you get an extra jump to it instead of like the weird gliding mechanic. I don't particularly hate it, but like it was way more work to me.
Oh, I will say, even though my favorite is the cat suit, a close second is the gold mushroom.
Gold mushroom?
From New Super Mario Bros. 2. The one good thing about that game.
The gold mushroom is a flower.
Oh, no, it's the golden flower. Shit. Yeah, the golden mushroom just gives you coins. Golden flower, my bad. I know both exist, but like one is only...
But, okay, someone said depending on the game, but I like the propeller mushroom and Cat Mario. I think that's valid. Propeller mushroom is also in a similar vein as like the acorn suit. It's like just immediate height, and I love that because I fall in Mario games a lot.
You know what's the most underrated power up in Mario? At least in my opinion.
What?
I say the most underrated one is the Red Star from Mario Galaxy.
That's pretty cool. I just kind of find it a little janky at times.
I found it at first. I thought I used to it.
I don't find it janky, but I definitely call it wasted potential because of how little the game loves to do
it's so underutilized for just one or two levels.
Yeah, you can only fly around it as the hub world and the one level it's introduced in. That's it.
Okay. Benny said in the chat, thoughts on Epic Mickey. Yeah, recently, I got into Epic Mickey and I was hooked.
Honestly,
where's the Epic Mickey? Where's the legendary Mickey? Or the uncommon Mickey?
You'll have to check the Mickey multiverse for that.
Yeah, I've been learning, I was a few years back, I've been learning so much about the game's development. I was obsessed with that game, especially with Oswald being one of my favorite Disney characters.
I actually 100% had completed the remaster Epic Mickey Rebrust, and I actually really enjoyed myself.
I need them to remake Epic Mickey too.
I really want. If Tetsuya Nomura had a chance, I really want to see Oswald appear in Kingdom Hearts 4. I just really want to see him in it. He said in an interview that Oswald is one of his favorite characters. I really want to see him.
If Kingdom Hearts 4 ever happens, because like, when was the last time we got any news on that game?
Yeah.
Can I just say that like, speaking of Oswald, I've seen that, I'm pretty sure I've seen, in most, Disney things, whenever they reference him, it's almost never almost never in reference to the, Epic Mickey design, which is literally awesome. It's always his old design with, the little, little stupid dot nose, dead on the center of his face, and his eyes are, so wide apart. I think I prefer the Epic Mickey design because he just looks like he's got business. He's standing up business, and I love that for him.
Yeah, especially when he has a huge vendetta against Mickey after all these years.
That was the best.
Yeah, Epic Mickey's a great game with a lot of I mean, it's not flawless or anything. It does have its fair share of issues, but it's a very enjoyable game, overall.
Mickey over here, just casually cooking one of the best platformers.
I miss my Mick. I miss her a lot.
Oswald, what the fuck are you talking about? She's right there!
Oswald, how dare you say that about your wife?
Your wife is literally right there, Oswald. What are you doing? Are you blind? It's just like Hortensia's just sitting there like, hi, Ozzy. It's like, oh no, shit, that really is right there. Oh.
You like squeaky toys?
Wait, what does Oswald even sound like? I know he has voice acting in like Epic Mickey 2, but like, what was his voice like?
His voice is very specific. Hold on. It's like
Let me search.
he's a very specific voice, but it's not squeaky.
Oh, I didn't know he appeared in Dreamlight Valley.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Which design does he have?
The classic one, specifically the.
Ew. Give him back his epic Mickey design. It was so good. But yeah,
Holy howdy! This place is nifty!
That's his voice?
Yeah,
I think so.
I'm pretty sure. But yeah, his voice is very good. His voice is very good especially when you do hear it in game.
His voice actor is Frank Welter. He sounded like Fred from Scooby-Doo. That's what the chat says.
Definitely not like Fred.
I mean, it depends on which Fred you go with. Like Mystery Incorporated.
Definitely not Mr. Incorporated Fred. Most of, if not all of the renditions of Fred do not sound like Oswald.
And especially not the Velma interpretation.
No.
Let's not bring that show up.
Velma, more like... No.
Velma more like Delma because she's dead. Literally in the show she died.
Velma more like no, because then she exists. But yeah, I really especially like how Oswald is characterized in Epic Mickey. He's
very satisfying to watch as well.
Ah.
So recently, I've been thinking about bringing back the Hero series with a new comic book.
Oh, a comic? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, like I do like web comics. And I was thinking making a new story with new characters in the same world and universe.
That'd be cool.
What's it called? I was looking up Epic Mickey. Apparently, Epic Mickey 2 is on sale for like $5 on Xbox.
Ooh. Too bad I already own it physically.
Celeste more like a Rage Fest. Velma more like Helma.
I feel like these game companies are trying way too hard to get rid of physical copies.
I mean, look at what Nintendo's doing with the game key cards. It's not actually a game cartridge. No, it's just a key for you to download it digitally, and then you use it kind of like an actual game card, except not really.
It's like when you buy these games, like not only that you play them, you just collect them. It's like collectible on platformers. Like you just get the collectible and you keep it for all eternity.
I mean, here's like my thing with the game key card, because like people are like, okay, when the servers shut down, you won't be able to like install them. They could I'm thinking that this is very much a Wii U situation where you don't have to have access to the actual shop itself, but it just downloads it. Regardless, which I think is fine.
Realistic Anime says, have any of you played Marvel Rivals? I have played.
I have.
And yes, I still. Okay, once in a while I don't get angry from it as much as I get angry from Overwatch as well. But it's a fun game regardless.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly just grab a snack Chat, I want you to guess who my main is.
Alright, we've...
Yeah, I would second that too. Yeah.
Alright, I'll stick around for around still. I want to check back on that poll that I made. Let's see, what are the end results of the poll? Something else has won. What else do you want? Chat, I'm very disappointed that you did not want Portal. Come on, chat, give it to me. Give me the game suggestions while we're waiting on them. Pizza Tower, I'm saving that for a different stream. Fall Guys with viewers, we did that already. I wanted Outlast. Well, at least someone wanted the least voted option. I wanted Portal. All right, we're gonna end this. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna end this poll, and we're gonna make a new poll. This time between Portal and Outlast. Anton Blast, Portal 1 and 2 versus Outlast. Pick one.
Add Hyper Light Drifter.
I mean, I could, but I would really like to do one or the other one of these next. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Pick a game. That's the name of the poll. Pick a game.
I will say Portal because it's more interesting.
More interesting than Outlast? Have you seen Outlast?
I've seen Outlast. I've seen Outlast. Don't get me wrong, but why not include it in the G2 because now it
Also got equal votes to Outlast. Equal percent.
Oh, by the way, Xeno Jamie, I'm planning something else with Metroid Dread currently, so it's not. Okay, here's the thing. I'm not gonna say what it is, but I have plans to feature Metroid Dread, Pizza Tower, Alien Isolation, and Cuphead on the stream eventually. I'm not gonna say how, but I do have plans for those games eventually. So rest assured, while they're not coming right away, they are coming eventually.
I have an idea for what the Cuphead one's gonna be, and I'm not gonna say it.
But before we continue, I am going to check on something real quick. I will be back in just a second.
That irrelevant animator, you spelled GLaDOS wrong. It's GLaDOS.
Yeah, well, I think he's referencing the character from Final Fantasy 15.
Gladius? No, because it's Portal.
Yeah, but like the way how you spelled it is Gladiolus because that's the name of the character from Final Fantasy. But yeah, I get the pun that he's trying to say though.
But there's like no hint of Final Fantasy, so like.
Yeah. Oh wait, here, like, hold on.
Guys, I love chips.
Here, I'm sending you a link to what the character I'm talking about, Piffle.
He's gone. Okay. Go crazy. Go stupid.
Alright, do you see it?
Dang it! I spelled GLaDOS wrong. Yeah, I was right.
What?
I told you.
Darn.
They just got us wrong.
Yeah, they did make a pun about that GLaDOS name from Lego Dimensions as well.
Okay, I'm back.
Guacamole chips. Ooh.
I am back.
Did you bring guacamole chips for Moon?
Yes, and I already gave them to her before jumping back in here.
Okay.
But I also got chocolate coins for myself.
Ooh.
Give me some. I want one.
Too late, they're all gone.
Why are you eating them all?
Because they were for me.
Yeah, but you had a lot. How did you get more like that?
I gotta give me some pasta salad from Pub by Pablo's.
But
So, I'm gonna teleport, so give me a second.
Alright. But in the meantime, let's continue back to the temple while that poll is going on. Let's hope there's better luck with this. If not, for the next stream, we're going to have to call Funtime back, because that's the most success we ever had in a Celeste stream. But not...
Okay, I'm back. I got my pasta salad.
Alright.
Hey, so, you guys want to hear, something really stupid?
What? What's...
It's just a YouTuber stupid thing, so... Basically, have you heard of this one YouTuber? He's very easy. So, unless you watch Show Musty, you haven't seen him, but, his name is Backseat Sakurai.
And what does he do?
Well, he made this one little video. So, basically, a Smash roster cut.
Really?
Uh-huh. But it was so intrinsically shit that
wait.
I mean intrinsically shit. All of his reasoning for roster cuts were really that big.
What, did he, like, cut Mario for some reason?
No. Okay. I'm gonna pull up that video. I'm gonna tell you exactly who he cut and why.
I thought Protendo's cutting the Smash roster in half was shit.
I mean,
no, I'm telling you right now. However, whatever thing that you thought was more shit than this, throw it out the water.
I haven't seen any Smash Bros. Roster cut videos, but I know for a fact that if Smash were to get in our game, some people are gonna go.
Yes, but
yeah, you figured it out.
Right. Of course that's the thing. However, again, these reasons are in bad faith. Like, for example, I'm gonna give you one of the examples. He removed Cloud to replace him with Black Mage.
Really? You pick one of the most, you take away one of the most iconic Final Fantasy representations in favor of a still iconic but lesser represented in a Final Fantasy character.
Right, because Cloud laid the ground. Final Fantasy VII laid the groundwork for JRPGs for generations to come.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Also, he took this idea from Smash Remix. A mod, by the way.
64 one?
Mm-hmm. That characters should have variants. Which I think is fine.
Honestly, however, I think Dr. Mario should be a variant of Mario, if I'm being honest.
However, he suggested yes, which is exactly what he does. I think that's an agreeable take. However, he also suggested that reduces dev time, which is not true. Literally will never be true, ever. What's it called? He does some weird stuff with some of these characters, by the way. One of the cuts, or one of the things that he does, is he fundamentally misunderstands Pokemon, but yet still tries to talk about it like he knows everything. Because one of his suggestions was not to remove Pokemon Trainer, but you know what his suggestion was to make Pokemon Trainer quote-unquote better?
What?
To make Pokemon Trainer, instead of commanding his Pokemon, like it would be accurately to the series, He's out on the battlefield spawning Pokemon when he wants them to do when he does any attack.
What? The trainers do not get involved with the actual fighting, unless you're counting like Legends Arceus, where there are some fights where the trainers have to fight without their Pokemon. But
No,
that's an exception.
That's also not true. Because even then they still fight with their Pokemon. They use bombs to weaken the boss.
You know what? Speaking of which, like, okay, so in Pro Tendo's video, right? So you know what Pokemon character he cut?
Who did he cut? Mewtwo?
You just got it right on the first guess, and Pearl was so upset about that. He was pissed.
I mean, Mewtwo's been cut before.
I mean, okay. And bro, but like, he was still popular in the Pokemon community still.
I have all the cuts pulled up, and then after the cuts I will list changes.
Mm-hmm.
What he did, and I think this is the most disrespectful, so I'm going to cover both the change and the cuts for this franchise.
Mm-hmm.
We all agree that Fire Emblem, we all fundamentally agree that Fire Emblem is a little overrepresented.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't need that many swordsmen all from the same franchise. Like, maybe you could keep, like...
Glorious solution.
What?
Keep one!
Keep just one? Okay, if you're gonna do that, keep Marth. He's the face of Fire Emblem, he was the first hero.
Right, and he does. He's right, he does. He keeps them, but also, from a standpoint, you know who he removes from the franchise?
Who?
Who is it?
Robin, Corrin, and Byleth.
I mean, Byleth, I understand. Corrin, you could make an argument for, but Robin's actually unique.
Yeah, Robin pretty much saved the franchise.
It's just like, from a series standpoint, sure. If you're making them all variants, that's kind of stupid because, again, you still have 4 characters, but whatever. But why remove, like, a completely fine playstyle? Yes, Byleth being included as DLC was still stupid, but they had a way different playstyle from all of the other ones. But you're going to cut them because I don't know.
Okay, before you continue, if I were to cut any Fire Emblem characters, they would be Lucina, Lucina, Roy, and Byleth would be the major ones to cut. I think you could still have like a... No, wait. Hang on. Cut Chrom too. Just keep Marth, Ike, Robin, and Corrin. I think that's all you need.
And then when it comes to cutting Fire Emblem characters, cut the ones that basically don't add anything gameplay-wise different from some of the other ones.
Yeah, like Ike's unique. I mean, Marth is pretty basic, but he's the fur. Corrin was a mistake. Oh, Simply Mark thinks Corrin was a mistake.
I would say besides Marth and Ike, I would keep Roy because when his game came out, like he brought Fire Emblem to English users.
I mean, that is true. Okay, honestly, you could keep Marth, Roy, Ike, and Corrin, I think. But as far as the other, Robin and Robin as well. But as far as like Chrom, Lucina, Byleth, do you really need all them too?
Okay, I was so baffled when they added Chrom, to be honest.
Alright, so this all seems like kind of reasonable cuts. But I'm going to let you into the reason of why he's cutting people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because he and you'll see why this is a problem later on, especially. The reason he is cutting people is because his roster and what he believes that Nintendo should be doing is making their roster based on timelessness. You're going to see that this is bullshit.
So he's basing these based on legacy and nothing else?
Yep.
Well, then you can't bring in any newcomers because most newcomers are going to be from newer games that don't have a legacy to fall back on yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you want to know who he cut from Zelda?
Let me guess, he got rid of Sheik.
Yeah. think that's reasonable.
God darn.
I mean,
I think it's
I don't think it's.
You're removing, like, it's just like, why?
I don't think Sheik was a bad choice. Would be a bad choice to cut. It is a little weird since they've been here since Melee, but I feel like the change was already necessary to like separate Zelda and Sheik when they were originally just like interchangeable back in Brawl and Melee.
Yeah, it just goes to show that, you know, like, Zelda was more than just a damsel in distress.
Alright. So, the cuts for the Mario franchise, which is immediately why it's saying why his principles, which again he's going to make, he has individual reasonings for each of them too. The principles that which he follows is kind of bullshit. He removes Bowser Jr., Piranha Plant, and Rosalina and Luma. I'm going to get into the exact reasonings of why he said for Rosalina and Luma, and why most of the rest of this list does not work.
Okay, Piranha Plant I get, but the other two, no.
Okay, you want to know his specific reasoning for Rosalina and Luma?
What?
Apparently, she did not have as much staying power as the rest of the cast.
Moon hated that he cut Rosalina. And what do you mean she doesn't have enough staying power? She's literally the best part of Galaxy.
No, not only that. He's like, she's a fan favorite character. Oh, her showing up in a few party games doesn't mean much. Galaxy got a sequel. She was playable in 3D World.
That's another thing. She's playable in 3D World.
And people love Rosalina. You are talking out of your ass if you think she doesn't have enough staying power.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And if you're going by the same principle, you should not have cut Bowser Jr.
Yeah, like maybe the Koopalings, but even then they're just alternate skins for Bowser Jr.
Uh-huh.
And like Bowser Jr. himself deserves to be here alongside his dad.
So Tony and Piffle. So yeah, from the Pro Tendo one, right? Okay, so I know the both of you are Kirby fans. You know what character he cut?
What?
Did he cut King Dedede?
Close. He cut out Meta Knight.
No, don't get rid of Meta Knight!
Okay, what's it called? Sir Musty, the person who was reacting to this video, put it perfectly. Kirby is a perfect triad. If you remove, and even at least this guy, Backseat Sakurai, kind of gets it. If you remove Dedede, you remove a core villain of the franchise. If you remove Kirby, you remove a core hero of the franchise. And if you remove Meta Knight, you remove a core anti-hero of the franchise.
They're all perfectly balanced in their own tri-seesaw, as all things should be.
Actually, Meta Knight is so popular in the competitive side of things because he was fucking broken in Brawl.
But yeah. Anyways, back to this. Now, we're coming to the Pokemon cuts.
Oh boy. Okay. I want to say this first. If I had to cut any Pokemon, it would be Incineroar. I think Lucario, maybe. I don't know. But okay. No, wait. I would cut Pichu. I would cut Incineroar off the top of my head, and I think that would be largely it.
Okay. You ready for who he cut?
Who?
Pichu, Lucario, Greninja, Incineroar, and Jigglypuff. All 5 of them.
Wait, hang on. Pichu, Lucario, Greninja, Jigglypuff, and Incineroar?
Yes.
Nobody uses Jigglypuff.
You know who that leaves?
That leaves Pikachu, Mewtwo, Greninja... No, wait, was Greninja one of the ones he cut?
Pokemon Trainer. That leaves Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Pokemon Trainer.
Just 3 representatives?
Yeah, first of all, for a long-going series like Pokemon, it is, like, no, not even first of all, for a long-going series like Pokemon, it is absolutely disrespectful to only reference Gen 1.
And especially with so many types of Pokemon, like people, like there are literally over 1,000 different Pokemon currently, and they all represent a certain aspect of their series in some way. Like they literally added Incineroar because of like Sun and Moon recent. recently. And Greninja got in because of like X and Y, I think.
Well, okay, so Sibling Mark says Greninja most popular in the world. So to add on that, Greninja got in Smash 4 because, like, you know, he was popular in Japan, so that's why he was added in Smash 4 before X and Y was released.
But even then, you do, like, he's shown throughout the video he does not fundamentally understand Pokemon. He actually makes an argument when he brings up Pokemon Trainer that's very weird that most Pokemon operate without a trainer in Smash. Like, Pokemon don't do that in their home games?
Wild Pokemon exists for a reason. What do you think? Do you just think that every Pokemon you ever get is from trainer battles?
No. I'm skipping over Star Fox because he just removes Wolf.
I don't know. I would remove Falco, honestly. Fox and Wolf are...
He keeps Falco as a variant character.
That doesn't make any sense. I mean, like, yeah, his moveset is kind of similar, but he has his own distinct personality from Fox.
Yeah.
Wolf at least has, like, a whole new moveset to call his own.
Okay. Are you ready for the first bombshell of this video? Like, I mean, catastrophic.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
From the Kid Icarus series, he removes Dark Pit and Palutena, leaving only Pit.
Are you serious? Okay, there are arguments for Dark Pit not belonging in Smash. I don't agree with any of them, but like at least there are arguments for Dark Pit. You can't remove Palutena. She's literally a core element of the franchise. The whole point of like the first game was to save her from Medusa. And in Uprising, she's literally like the girl in the chair for Pit. She is by his side almost the entire game. You can't remove her.
I'm getting to this. Are you ready for the best reasoning ever known to man?
What?
Of why these two are removed? Yeah. Hey, that's not all that he does in this franchise. What he does is he removes these two, and he changes Pit back to his original design because he hates Uprising. Excuse me? And do you know why he hates Uprising?
Let me guess, the control scheme?
No. No. He hates it because it is quote-unquote anime garbage.
Okay. Okay. As someone who is going to cover Kid Icarus Uprising very soon, judging by my sub count, I have never been so offended in my life, and I've had to deal with some pretty unsavory fans.
Okay, so let me explain that to Zelda. Okay, it's not that anime, like, it's not too anime, but it still look like anime. Try explaining it to Zelda.
Especially with, like, Breath of the Wild era. That's especially anime.
You know what's the worst part about this? Classic Pit and the Kid Icarus version of Pit are the exact same character. They are both angels who cannot fly. They both serve Lady Palutena. They both do the exact same thing, except Classic Pit never had a personality. The only reason he's so attached to Classic Pit is because he sat down and read the Melee trophy for him, which is the same backstory that applies to Uprising Pit.
What does he think? Does he think like Classic Pit and Uprising Pit are different interpretations?
Yes, they're not. No,
they literally reference the original game in Uprising. I think the only one game that isn't canon is like the game, like, what was it? Myths and Monsters, I think. Whatever, the Game Boy game, the Game Boy Kid Icarus game.
Yeah, but like, Uprising has so much respect for the original game. For you to say there's anime garbage and ruin the franchise, you still don't understand Uprising. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you really don't.
Moon said, as an anime fan, I'm both offended yet not offended at the same time.
You're impressive how impressive how you're able to take that kind of hate well.
All right. Oh cool. We immediately have the second bombshell. Fun.
Oh boy, what did he get rid of?
Oh god.
Joke. And Pyra and Mithra.
He got rid of Pyra and Mithra?
And Shook.
Wait, he axed Xenoblade altogether?
You know, no, and you wanna know his stupid ass reasoning why?
Let me guess, he hates Xenoblade.
No. He doesn't hate Xenoblade. Not particularly. He thinks that Xenoblade was not at all an impact on Nintendo whatsoever.
Have you seen the many memes and critiques of the game?
Like, that is the dumbest take ever, to say that something a Nintendo property should not be represented in Smash Bros. At all, because you personally don't think it had any impact. Too bad. People like the franchise.
Here's the thing.
I feel like those are coming off as the person.
I'm honestly glad that Campbell isn't here because he's a big Xenoblade fan, and I feel like he would just lose his shit if he heard that.
Bro, I could imagine how he would feel.
I'm totally gonna come there.
Oh boy, better get ready for an explosion of anger then. And honestly, I would say not only keep Pyra and Mithra and Shulk for the next game, but add the Xenoblade X and Xenoblade 3 characters.
He'll be a great addition to the cast.
Okay, so now there's no more bombshells for a while, but there's a few stupid ones. Like, for example, he removes the Ice Climbers in favor for a potential balloon fight character, a character that cannot attack.
Isn't balloon flight only or represented through Villager?
No, technically the stage too, but apparently balloon fight is super iconic, despite literally only getting one game, and Tingle made you referencing it in one of the Japan exclusive games.
I mean, it was also referenced in Nintendo Land, but I don't know if it's that iconic. Garfunkel's back.
Even then, the Ice Climbers have been a thing since Melee, so like, that exists there. And then there's he removes Wii Fit Trainer because he repurposes the Wii representation into the Miis, because he makes the Miis like less. He makes them try to reference the games that they're in instead of having these Smash Bros. Like customizable movesets, which I think is weird.
I mean, on some level I get it, but at the same time, I don't.
It gets rid of Zero Suit Samus, Toon Link, and Young Link, I guess.
Oh, no, okay. You can make an argument for Young Link. Don't get rid of Toon Link. Toon Link is unique on his own. And, like, what was the other one? Zero Suit Samus? I can see that. She's kind of, she was originally just a depowered Samus in Brawl. She didn't really need her own other slot. You can get rid of her.
That's awesome. It's fun. But, he also wanted to change Ridley back to his old design for some reason, when the new one for Ultimate looks like actually terrifying.
Wait, what was his original design?
Design for Brawl?
Yeah, design for Brawl.
That's too goofy. Ultimate Ridley looks awesome.
When the art style of Smash changes to be a little more realistic, while at the same time not too realistic.
Okay, so he goes by this stupid metric of, every character should fit cohesively into an art style of Smash. Like, no, Smash's art style is literally making sure that every single other character, cartoony or not, fits in their same universe. That is dumb. And if you try to make the argument that it just needs to be all scribbly bibbly, that's also dumb, because you keep Captain Falcon. Captain Falcon would be an odd one out.
Exactly. And that's where other fighting games like Jump Force and Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite fails at in terms of the art design. Because they aim to go at a realistic style, but it just looks very off-putting. Never mind the fact that they should have had it cel-shaded to begin with.
And the reason I say this is because all these other cuts are for that reason, except for a few of them, which are insufferable.
What are the...
He removes Min Min because he's old and new games suck.
Okay. Hey, before you move on,
Min Min alone, please.
hang on. No. You can cut Min Min, but replace her with Ribbon Girl to better represent her series.
He said to go Spring Man, but like I feel like Min Min being the Smash Bros. Rep, I feel like that was way more impactful than Spring Man could have been.
Personally, I choose Spring Girl because Ribbon Girl because she's just as important as Spring Man. Like she's one of like the central figures of ARMS. Like she's literally on the box art of the game, beating up Spring Man.
Also, somebody said, did he cut Inkling? No, he doesn't cut Inkling.
Okay, good. Splatoon's still intact.
That'll be like.
Mainly because even though he's old, he still sees scribble bimbos.
Well, at least he has that going for him. It's not much, but it's something.
You ready for his next cut? Cloud and Sephiroth. Again, for Black Mage.
You replace two of the most iconic Final Fantasy characters with Vivi from 8.
The one that made JRPGs popular.
You ready for Rise? He argues that like, oh, being represented from one game isn't that good. Then why are you doing Black Mage?
That's just 8. Like you're getting rid of. You're literally contradicting yourself because like, yeah, Cloud and Sephiroth are both from 7, but Vivi is just from 8. You're really gonna just get rid of two iconic characters.
He needs the Black Mage from the first Final Fantasy game.
Oh, so just a generic Black Mage?
Yeah, cool. Where's the IP address? Because I'm gonna use the power Starfire, use my unlimited form, and go straight to his house and destroy it with a super special laser.
Okay. You want to know who I would add to, like who I would cut and add if I were Ed from Final Fantasy? I would get rid of Sephiroth, replace him with Kefka from 6, and then add either Noctis from 15 or Clive from 16. That way you have both classic and modern representation in there.
Clive is interesting because, you know, like, he has many abilities in Final Fantasy 16.
Yep. Ready for this cut? Actually hurt me because he's a fan of the series in question. Yet the thing that he does to the series is misrepresented in the worst possible way.
Oh dear, what is he gonna do? Don't tell me he's gonna touch Sonic.
No, he doesn't touch Sonic. Like stay. Good.
Sonic's still here. Good.
He cuts Joker.
He cut Joker?
How dare he? How dare he cut my boy?
Oh no, it gets worse. He cuts Joker and then uses Jack Frost in his place.
Jack Frost? Just basic Jack Frost? Why?
Why?
Also, apparently Vivi's from 9. My bad. Vivi, the Black Mage, is from 9. Sorry.
Oh shoot. But he was like, oh well, Jack Frost has had like his own spin-off on the Game Boy, and he was like referencing like all these games. It's like, I do not care. Jack Frost being the representation of the entire Shin Megami Tensei series is that. It is that. And it's not, you're not referencing Shin Megami. You're referencing Persona, specifically. And if you're gonna reference Persona, nobody gives a shit about the first and second, or the first game's protagonist. Tatsuya is fine. Like, he's fine, but as a representation for the entire series, it kind of falls flat considering that the Persona series in 1 and 2 is still more Shin Megami focused. 3, 4, and 5 are a way better way to represent it.
Yeah, if you're gonna cut Joker for anyone,
are the big 3. Like,
if you're gonna cut Joker for anyone, it should be either the 3rd game or the 4th game's protagonist. One of those two. If not, just straight up add them and keep Joker.
Oh, and here, especially you not coming from Persona 4, because, you know, Persona 4 was, like, really popular before Persona 5 came out.
Oh, by the way, Tony, you know how I said he kept Sonic in?
Yeah?
He does. He does make a little change, though.
What?
He looks at Sonic. He looks at Sonic. Looks at how, Sonic doesn't really have that good of a moveset. It's only rolling into balls. And says, hey, why don't I just transform him into classic Sonic so he can do more of that? There's like smarter design.
Let's just do like a brain cell.
Hey, moron! We have Frontiers! Use that for a moveset!
Oh, that in a Sonic battle.
Which is like his uninformed take about the entire Sonic franchise, which he says about in a different stream, is that the Genesis era overshadows the rest of it.
Sonic is literally more popular than he's ever been in a very long time right now.
Exactly. Because the movie helped boost the popularity of the franchise.
And literally, none of the interpretations that helped really boost the franchise are the classic representations. Besides Generations, where he is a side piece to modern Sonic.
Mm-hmm. And like ever since Forces, people have had like an unfair era version of classic Sonic. Like I think he's mistreated by the fans. I think he deserves better. But like I can't deny that his implementation in Forces was very I like Superstars, but
because classic Sonic in the game moves like an anvil.
Yeah, but that's the way we should represent him, of course. Which just not it just means you do not understand the series. So, what are his other cuts, or what are his last cuts?
Wait, hold on, Piffle, sorry there. Benny says, "Be a minute to comprehend this stupidity."
It does. Benji said, "Does he add a backpack in reference to another really bad redesign of Sonic, where they take away the speed aspect and try to make it a Metroidvania?"
I really need to see that video. One of you should send me it in DMs.
It got taken down.
I was saying Tony, I was saying the Protendo one because I feel this one is even worse, especially.
Okay. But his last four cuts. Snake.
Not Snake, he was already cut once.
No Metal Gear representation.
No Metal Gear representation? Like, at least replace him with Raiden or somebody.
None. No more representation of it. Because
you can't just get rid of one of the most famous IPs in all of gaming.
Yeah, especially on the PlayStation.
This is gonna make you mad, Tony.
Did he learn that Kojima literally asked Nintendo to add Snake in Smash?
Yep. But after that he removed Sora because he just doesn't like Sora.
Woo!
What? Okay. Sora was such an iconic moment. I mean, it would be a miracle if they got him back, I guess, but you can't just cut Sora like that.
Everyone never shuts up of wanting Sora in Smash, and you're gonna cut him? The very character they wanted to word in the Smash.
You wanna know what's even more stupid about this?
What?
The next character he cut was partly because Sora was supposed to win. Bayonetta, which hurts me as a new Bayonetta fan, first of all.
Bayonetta!
I get where he's coming from, but still.
No. Because again, he goes back to the whole it's supposed to be like a game for like all ages, and she doesn't fit in cohesively with it. Like, yeah, because you cut all the characters that she would fit with.
Like, she literally fits in with like she fits in with Cloud, she fits in with Snake, she fits in with Kazuya, which I hope he doesn't kick either.
Yeah, she only fits in Kazuya, by the way. That's the final one.
With the final one, he cut Kazuya? He cut the Tekken character?
Uh-huh.
You can't cut Tekken. That's one of the most popular fighting games in existence. Oh, what? Are you really gonna keep? Are you really gonna keep the
game? So why cut the very guy who helped develop Smash Brothers?
Why would you cut the Tekken character? Like, oh, what? Does he keep Terry too? Does he cut Terry too, or does he keep him?
Oh, he keeps Terry.
Oh, so you'll keep the King of Fighters character, and you'll keep the Street Fighter characters, but you're not gonna keep the Tekken character?
Yeah, because no, for literally no reason.
I mean, out of all the fighting game characters, I would have cut the King of Fighters character. No offense.
Wait,
Also,
let me look at the
trying
Wii
to
U
make-
launch titles. You know what Tekken game came out on the Wii U as a launch title, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also,
The game was Tekken Tag Tournament 2.
I just want to. He also, during the entire Bayonetta point, he does not bring up a single other reason to Bayonetta besides, oh, she doesn't fit in with my scrimbly bimbly cast, and she doesn't have a history. Which I'm gonna need you to shut up about that, because you can't make that argument when you let Splatoon in.
Platinum Games literally was founded by Bayonetta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sibling Mark says, I'll drop him in everything. Okay, no.
Simply Mark said, I'll drop him in an erupting volcano. That's what he said.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it comes to her first game released in 2009.
Yeah.
Pray do tell viewers, when did Splatoon release?
Splatoon released in like 2015, I think.
Yeah, it's about to be 10 next month.
Wait, hang on. Bayonetta would be 9 years old at the by the time Ultimate came out, and Splatoon would only be 3.
Bias. Literally. And even then it's like again, you cut most of the characters she would fit with. Also from a narrative standpoint. Not even like a visual art direction. A narrative standpoint. Dark Pit and Palutena you cut.
Okay.
In her review trailer, she
Arrow
literally has an
2009
entire
Vandals
thing about, they're angels. Let me just... I gotta kill them. Same with Sephiroth.
And back to Dark Pit. You introduced variants of the characters, why not make Dark Pit at least a variant of Pit?
Because you lost original Pit.
I mean,
Fuck original Pit. Who here genuinely cares about the original Pit? Chat, do you care about the original Pit? Do you care? Genuinely. Raise your hand if you care.
How are you doing, TopHat? I'm doing good, but as far as this Smash cutting roster thing goes, yeah, it's outrageous. I'm feeling a bit offended, but I'm doing good, Dark Form. Thank you.
Oh, also, even though he keeps Link, he makes Link's design, I'm pretty sure I don't remember what design that is.
The Ocarina design, or the, what was it, Skyward Sword, or Twilight Princess?
The chat says, not me, no, there's no one to care for. Who the fuck cares about him? Base chat. We got a base chat.
Yeah, he sounds like a complete asshole.
I'm pretty sure it's the... I don't know. Because isn't Ocarina of Time is young Link, right?
Well, yeah, halfway. Yeah. He does become adult Link later. And young Link has Majora's Mask elements, but...
Yeah. Specifically Ocarina of Time Link, for some reason.
What about Zelda? Did he change how Zelda looks?
No, Zelda's fine because of course she's based on an older design. Because of course.
Yeah.
Her design is based on Link Between Worlds, which in and of itself is based on Link to the Past, sure, but.
I mean, to be honest, I kind of wish she kind of goes for the Ocarina of Time design in Smash Ultimate. I don't really like the Link to the Past design that much, but I mean, it's okay. But
he keeps the Link to the Past design because of course he does. By the way, he has one good idea in this, and that's one slightly good idea, but it's only to make up for the fact that he cuts Ice Climbers. It's that he wants Diddy, and it's that he wanted Diddy Kong to also have a duo mechanic with Dixie Kong.
That's actually a cool idea. Yeah. Why'd you gotta cut Ice Climbers for it?
Dixie Triple Trouble. Was it Dixie Triple Trouble or was no?
Dixie was like the main character of Donkey Kong Country 3 and was along with Diddy in Dixie Kong in Donkey Kong Country 2.
Okay.
Oh, he also had a fundamental problem with Duck Hunt for some reason, because he finds it weird that the duck and the dog work together, because in the original game they don't.
How else are you gonna represent Duck Hunt? The shooter?
then again, Banjo and Kazooie always mess around with each other, especially DK and Diddy Kong.
But for Duck Hunt, it's like, yeah, of course, like the duck and the dog are like probably gonna be like close pals. They basically, I'm pretty sure in their reveal trailer, the entire point of it is that they're just kind of play up the rivalry. And in off hours, they work together.
So like multiverses, right? So that's like saying that's kind of like a thing with like Tom and Jerry. I mean, because I think in my mind he thinks of it as Tom and Jerry because in that game, even though they're fighting, their adversaries, they're still going at it with each other.
Yeah, but like Duck Hunt doesn't do that. They just kind of work together like off hours.
Yeah.
Which is also what Tom and Jerry do.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't get what you're saying. Also, he thinks that it's really stupid that there's an out-of-universe character, or there's an out-of-universe human that does all the like shooting, like for the end zapper stuff. That's just a no joy, no whimsy thing. Like, how is it not like weird? Or how is it like fundamentally a problem that they gave an in-universe reason, which is actually really funny in retrospect, of why the end zapper stuff shows up.
Yeah, like... Okay, is there anyone else he cuts?
He does not cut anyone else, but I'm still going over the changes.
Randy says, did he cut K. Rool?
No, they're all saying.
Okay, he has some semblance of based.
He means K. Rool.
Again, I'm only going over the slight differences that he does.
Yeah.
Well, either he just does not.
I'm gonna Nintendo real quick. So,
what's it called? When it came down to Olimar, he still had Olimar, but he also just did it because Pikmin 4 is getting, or like Pikmin in general, the Pikmin series is getting way more popular with the release of Pikmin 4, which again, contradictory to literally everything else you're doing in this video. You say it's not a popularity contest, but when it comes to Xenoblade, because it's sold less than like something else on here, you're gonna like get them on that?
This man just has inconsistent standards. Either that or he doesn't know what he's talking about.
With the Protendo guy, you know what other character he cut?
What?
Cut Little Mac.
Little Mac, but then there's no Punch-Out representation.
I was thinking of Little Mac.
He specifically cut him out because the game was 15 years old, even though the fan base was so strong with that game.
Speaking of Little Mac, he doesn't cut Little Mac, but he alludes to trying to make Little Mac's old design back, which was disgusting.
What even was his old design?
What is
Little Mac with worse hair and a worse face.
No, keep the keep the Punch-Out Wii design. That was good.
Yeah.
Then he said, was he high when making this?
Probably, or that or drunk.
And then he... I forgot to mention Steve! I forgot to mention the Steve thing!
Oh no, what did he do to Steve? What did he do to Steve?
Oh, he kept Steve. He kept Steve just fine.
Really?
He makes a quote-unquote joke about how he thinks Steve is the gateway to things like Fortnite getting into Smash.
I don't.
Because Steve comes from a game that the kids nowadays enjoy.
Minecraft has literally been popular for over 10 years now.
Fortnite is brain rot kids.
Fortnite is a curse on mankind, and I wish it never existed.
Speaking of which, that game already has crossovers on its own, so it doesn't deserve to be in Smash anyway.
It's its own crossover. It's its own monopoly, honestly.
It's a man of first at this point. Fortnite is a man of first at this point.
My thing is, with the whole reasoning that he gave of just, oh, new thing getting in is a gateway to new things I don't like getting in. That is not cool.
Moon says, how does this man's brain works?
It doesn't. Jinx, you owe me a soda.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to know? Hold on. You want to know who his things for newcomers were?
What?
He alluded to making Bomberman a character, which is so fun because Bomberman has the most varied moveset of placing down a bomb, placing down a bomb, placing down a bomb.
I mean, it has different types of bombs, but it is literally just that. I mean, even with the different types of bombs, it's literally just Link's down special over and over again.
Yeah, I don't really see Bomberman being a
Yeah,
I love Bomberman, but I don't really see him being a character in Smash.
He also alluded to Galmon from a Nintendo 64 game that I'm pretty sure you don't even fucking know.
Flamon? The one from Konami?
Sorry.
By the way, I haven't seen this video, but I saw that there was a video of someone trying to make a moveset for Madeline in Smash.
Jesus Christ.
I haven't seen it, but I was going to see it before the stream, but then things happened, and now I haven't seen it.
Also, he tries to make an argument that he tries to make a genuine argument, and this would hurt my brain because I know the series very intuitively. He makes a genuine. His last suggestion. One of his last little suggestions that he wants to do.
What?
Is adding a Puyo Puyo character, specifically Arl from the compile area.
Why?
Which, first of all, no. We've had like a modern redesigns of the Puyo Puyo characters gave them an actual unique style. First of all, so why are we going back? Why are we going back? Her design is the same in the newer games. It's just that she fits into the actual style. Off, where in the hell do people fight in Puyo Puyo without just doing Puyo battles? Nowhere.
Nowhere. No.
So, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Overall, just a wild video.
Overall, absolutely got my head take.
Okay, looking at Smash's current roster, since I trust your guys' judgment way more than this guy, clearly, what characters would you cut if you had the opportunity?
I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna be so dead ass, especially with the inclusion of for Nintendo Switch 2 editions for games and stuff like that. I don't know if Smash Ultimate, like Tony wanted to allude to, would really be the end of it. I can't really see any characters being cut. But
I mean, you would. Go on.
I don't really like cutting any of the characters in general. I would like to pose a more interesting thing of giving certain underrepresented franchises more, newer characters. This includes third parties, so yes, we're giving Sonic somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm gonna pose actually. And that's when I'm first off obviously Corrin. Corrin is not that guys. Why do we have Corrin hate?
It's just because there's Fates hate. People hate Fates' story, Fire Emblem Fates' story, and I guess they really hate Corrin because of that.
Corrin's one of my favorites. I don't really get the hate. that and like like Koro is one of Etika's favorite characters.
I'm trying to find like a thing for.
Okay. I will say, if you're gonna add characters to underrepresented franchises, I'll go. First of all, for Sonic, Dr. Eggman, obviously, you gotta have him.
Yeah, I would say either Tails or Shadow.
Okay, for Mega Man, I would include, well, Proto Man and Bass are already there in his Final Smash, so I would include Dr. Wily. I know it sounds weird to have two evil scientists, but like,
Final Smash never stop Karam.
I mean, yeah, that is true. But runner-up would probably be Proto Man if you couldn't do Wily. Even though I really think you should do Wily because he's the second most relevant character in the franchise. And for Pac-Man, short of Miss Pac-Man, I would include Talkman from Pac-Man World.
I mean, yes. All right. Okay. So you want to keep going?
I would like to keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
For Sora, include Riku. He seems like a good choice.
Riku or Xehanort.
Riku or Xehanort, sure. For Kazuya, put Jin in there. Jin's good.
Yeah.
For Bayonetta, actually don't, short of Jean being an Echo Fighter, don't include anyone for her.
Viola.
Don't include Viola, I hate her.
Okay, listen. I'm sorry. Who else are we gonna include?
Rodon?
No. Okay. All right.
Alright. For Street Fighter, I would say Akuma.
Akuma would be good.
Even if you don't like Viola in her home series, she could make for a pretty damn good fighter in Smash.
But she would be eclipsed by my next edition, Raiden from Metal Gear Rising, to join Snake.
Okay,
because he was in PlayStation All-Star Battle Royale.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. We get a demon summoning witch descendant, and we get a cool ass Raiden Shogun.
Alright,
What is the hard in including both? Especially because, again, Viola's kind of like the only one of like a unique playstyle. Jean would probably more likely just be an Echo Fighter. I'm not talking Echo Fighter. I think that's
Okay, then, for, what's another franchise that's underrepresented? ARMS, I guess? ARMS, I would include, Ribbon Girl, as I said. If we can't replace Min Min with Ribbon Girl, we should at least add her. Hit her or Spring Man, at least. For Persona. For Persona, add, what's the name of the Persona 3 protagonist? Makoto. Add Makoto because the remake just came out, and aside from 5, 3 and 4 are the most popular ones. So it's either Makoto or whoever the fourth game's protagonist is.
I'd say Makoto.
Yeah, and
Banjo-Kazooie, I would say Gruntilda as well.
Yeah, Gruntilda for Banjo and Kazooie. That's another one. I'm trying to think. What are some other unrepresented? For King of Fighters, add Geese Howard. He's the main villain of that franchise. He'd be good to see.
Hallmark for Samurai Showdown. I used to love that game as a kid.
Let me think. What's another underrepresented franchise? Trying to think. Minecraft. Wait, what do you add from Minecraft? They already got Steve, Alex, Enderman, and Zombie.
But, let's see. I would say Crystal from Star Fox Assault.
That'd be neat, but Star Fox already has like 3 representatives.
Yeah, but wait. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's see.
if it's just 2, then fine, add a third one. But I think 3 should be the limit for like for underrepresented characters. It's 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I would also add Xant and Girakim because they could have been good villains for the roster.
For Earthbound, I would include Porky, if only because I don't know how Gygus would work.
Another thing for this Nintendo Smash Cut video, like he cut Lucas in the video.
No, don't get rid of Lucas. It's the only Mother 3 love they're ever gonna give.
But don't worry, the guy I was talking about also didn't remove Lucas, but he also just made them a variant of Ness, because of course.
Okay. We have 3 for Kid Icarus. We have only 2 for Animal Crossing. I would add Tom Nook just because I think it would be funny to see him get beat up by everyone else.
I was just thinking about that. I was about to say Tom Nook.
Tom Nook would be fun.
Tom Nook and probably KK Slider.
/10 game.
Can we add Red specifically? Because I really think Red would be only.
What Red? What? Red the Pokemon trainer?
In Animal Crossing.
Oh.
The guy who's throwing fake shit.
I don't know Red.
Literally characters he made from
basically in what's it called, Animal Crossing, there'll, at least in New Horizons, there's like a boat that appears behind your island every once in a while, and if you go into it, you basically can say, "Oh, you ended the stream." Shit.
Yeah, I am, but we can continue going for a little bit. I'm just really tired. Next time we're gonna bring Funtime in here for quality support. But,
basically, I would also bring Shade of Lure from Pokemon.
Okay, I wanna. You know what? I'm gonna go down the list now. Now I feel like doing it. I'll support one. Cool.
But yeah, Portal 1 and 2 as one. I kind of expected as much, but that'll be fun, especially with the surprise I have in store. But beyond that, one person, /10 Gamer of Gamers added Jesse from Minecraft Story Mode, which, say what you will about that game, I think that would be a neat addition.
I also think that would be a neat addition.
Because, they added, because in Story Mode, they added more things. I don't know what you call it, but yeah, they expand upon the Minecraft world in that game.
Okay, as far as other Punch-Out representation, you gotta add Mr. Sandman.
Hippo.
Unless you want to add Mike Tyson, but even then, I think you gotta get special permission from him.
For WarioWare, because apparently on the actual official site, Wario represents specifically WarioWare.
Oh. I would add, who would I add?
I was just with Ashley. I mean, Ashley got her own theme song.
Yes, Ashley.
Yeah, sure, Ashley. I was considering Mona or the DJ guy, whoever I forget his name, but I think Ashley's probably the best choice.
What's it called? For not technically underrepresented, but there's only 3 characters from it. If I had to add anyone in Kid Icarus, Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus would be really cool to see. But if we don't have anything else to do, then that is going to be the end of the stream, everybody.
Actually, just the beginning, but reverse.
Gengar will be a cool addition, because, in Pokemon, he fucks your shit up in Pokemon.
Yeah, but I don't even make that much of an interesting fighter. We don't need more Gen 1 Pokemon in here for the Gen 1s to go, "This is the best thing ever!" Like, shut up.
Well, anyways, next time will be the Portal 1 and 2 stream as decided by you. I know it sounds a little daunting to do both Portal 1 and Portal 2, but those games are very short, at least the first one is, so I think we can squeeze both of them in. It might be a longer stream, it might not be. It really depends on how things go, but I hope to have fun there. More fun than I've had than I had for a part of this one, but it was still fun overall. We got to see a cool fan-made death battle that was awesome in almost every way. We got to have a lot of fun conversations. And we didn't make any progress, unfortunately. So we're kind of hitting a roadblock with the B-sides here. But hopefully next time, Fun Times Assistance will allow us to soar through the levels.
No.
Yeah, probably not. But it can never hurt to try. But anyways, do either of you have anything left to say before we leave?
Backseat Sakurai should not call himself Backseat Sakurai.
TopHat? Do you have anything to say before we leave?
Nintendo, more like pre-tendo.
Alright, that's